Okay. It says I'm live, so hopefully that is all working the way that it should. Sorry for starting 10 minutes late. First of all, I was reacting on some of the news in the Australia media at the moment, all the fun stuff that our government is all upset about with Facebook not wanting to play by their rules and suddenly saying, well, if you want us to do this, then we can't operate in your country. So we are not going to do that part of the business, which you can be for or against, but in the end, that's their prerogative. They're not a government-funded organization; they're a private company. So um, all that we can require of them is that they do their business and follow Australian laws. Or not do business here. If they choose not to do business here, then that's their prerogative. I can't, we can't be, or we might not be happy with that choice. We might not want them to do that, but it is their prerogative. And especially seeing that our Australian government is a conservative right-wing government who is generally champion of companies' rights. And companies having the freedom to choose whether they want to operate or not. It's kind of funny that they're all up in arms and all upset and stuff. So, there are days in today's political climate. I wonder if Hollywood can make a better soap series than reality at this point in time. It's somewhere it's kind of hilarious to follow. The other reason was, of course, that when I finally finished and wanted to start streaming, I figured out that my son had used my laptop to play some games during the week and had unplugged everything. So I had to plug everything back in and make sure everything was working, which is a lot of fun. Hi Alfred, hi Christian, hi the Lumberjack. I have ads now. Actually, I should have had those for a while. Supposedly, I do have Super Chat now on my YouTube. I have no idea if that is even useful for me, seeing I'm still at a size where I can follow chat and I will react to everybody anyway. But, if you want to do a donation that way, then that obviously is something I won't say no to. But yeah, all my videos have been monetized for a while. Not that I make any money out of YouTube. I think I get about $100 every 6 months or something like that. Oh well, who knows? Maybe at some point I'll grow enough that actually it'll make a difference. In the end, I'm doing this because I find it enjoyable and fun. But yeah, Facebook allows me to. YouTube allows me to turn these things on. So I might as well try them out and see what they do and see if they make any difference. I'm going to move my mouse away before I accidentally click end stream. That wouldn't be a good thing. Money is money, exactly. I gotta pay for my coffee somehow while I'm working. So yeah, Deco, how are you? Rod, how are you? Rod, congrats on the new release for your Material Maker. I think I saw a post come by, or maybe that was already a week old. I'm not sure. But I was watching some of your videos, and I really need to play around with Material Maker one of these days. I've not had the need of that because I'm not much of creating stuff, but I think that at some point I will get to a point where I need to use that sort of stuff. Whoa, looks cool. Yes, looks very cool. I cannot take credit for what you're seeing on screen right now. This is a level from a game called Tesseract that Hugo has imported into Godot to test the SDFGI and GI probe logic with. And because I have been doing a bunch of work as one of my first tasks, being part of the Godot rendering team, basically the whole Vulkan renderer that has been worked on for the last year, there's this big class that contains all the logic that decides on, okay, how do we actually render a scene? And that contains the logic for the sky shader, which I'll show off tonight as well for anybody who's interested in that. The new SDFGI logic, the new what's the other thing that's in there? There's a whole bunch of things in there. The thing is, I've been tasked, well, me and Clay John and JFons have been tasked, but I've kind of taken the lead there because I thought it was a really good way to dive into it and start learning the renderer. I know, obviously, I've worked for the last 3 years on Godot 3, so I know the OpenGL renderer pretty much inside out. But I've hardly touched the Vulkan renderer. I helped Clay John a little while ago when he, when I made a start on the Sky shader, and I sort of hit a roadblock. And because Radus, John, is only online either when I'm sleeping or when I was working at that point in time, I never really had the chance to talk to him and sort of get help to get over a few roadblocks. So when Clay John said, well, I do have the time, I would love to take this over, do you mind if I complete this work? I said, oh yeah, go for it, man. Just if you have more time for that than I do, and he is awake around the same times that John is awake, so they were able to or he was able to get help there and push that over the line. Hi Ishmir, how you going, buddy? How's hey, are you still working on Mag Racer, or is that right now on a low burner? I actually need to revisit that at some point in time. I've been so busy the last couple of weeks that I've hardly had any time to look at it. So yeah, let me know how it goes. Hi Declan, how you going? So yeah, my task this week, as part of learning the Vulkan renderer, so I've been reading through a lot of code and trying to understand how it works and how it pieces together, but is to break that mega class up into smaller classes. So I'm now moving all the Sky shader logic into its own little container, so to speak. I've moved most of the GI probe and SDF logic into its own container. There's a lot of polish still needed there. It's my first go at trying to first understand how the renderer works and move someone else's code into new containers. So that'll probably go through a few more rounds before it really is really good. But obviously I needed to test, because at doing something like this, I can very easily break code that I haven't worked on myself before, and will have a really fun time trying to figure out what I broke. So what I did was I made sure that I had test projects like this one up and running, and every step that I took, I would keep testing whether things are still working. This one over here, that one is because right now there is no choice. The only choice that you right now have in Godot 4 is the Vulkan renderer. That is coming back. It's not removed for good. It's just removed because right now that drop-down doesn't have a function, because the Vulkan renderer is all that works. There is a OpenGL ES renderer planned, which is like a low-end renderer for mobile, which is going to be somewhere between the OpenGL ES2 and OpenGL ES3 renderer of Godot 3. So it's not going to be, even though it's going to be called the GLES 3 renderer, it's not going to be the GLES 3 renderer from Godot 3, because there's things in there that just don't run well on mobile hardware. But for older mobile hardware that doesn't support Vulkan, we're going to have that choice. On the Vulkan side, the current renderer that we have is called the high quality renderer. There's going to be a lo-fi version of that. That's actually my second task that I'm going to be working on. Hopefully sometime next week I'm going to make a start on that, which again is targeted for mobile, but then mobile devices that do properly support Vulkan, including the Quest, which is one of the reasons I'm very excited to start working on that. So that is going to be a slimmed down version of the current renderer that has most of the functionality in there, but will work properly on mobile hardware. Because, for instance, I don't know if people have kept up with Jean's posts around everything that he's been doing, but the new renderer, the new Vulkan renderer, is what is called a clustered renderer. And that means that there are a number of pre-passes before we actually... The render itself is still a forward renderer like before, but there's a bunch of passes before that it does to figure out, for instance, how many lights affect every fragment of the screen. So before, when you look at this in Godot 3, if I have, for instance, this railing over here, and there's a bunch of spotlights, there would be some logic that would figure out which lights potentially shine on that object. And you would call there, and you would have a maximum of 8 lights shining on a single object. Well, in this case, the whole building is one mesh, so you would only be able to light this mesh with 8 lights in the scene. In a clustered approach, basically we are predetermining with compute shaders which lights will affect every pixel on screen, so that when we actually render that particular fragment of that railing, we know how many lights shine on that railing, and we will handle those lights. And in theory, you could handle hundreds, if not thousands, of lights that way in the scene. You still have a limit of somewhere between 8 and 16. I don't remember exactly what the number is. Lights for one fragment, but the chances that one fragment has more than 3 or 4 lights shining on it is very slim. So that's an acceptable limitation, but you can have literally thousands of lights in your scene and it wouldn't affect the performance. Obviously, if all those lights have got shadow maps and it has to recalculate a whole bunch of those shadow maps, that'll slow your scene down. But if you use lights that don't have shadow maps or have static shadow maps, then the sky's the limit. However, on mobile, you can't use that technique, because the way that the mobile renderer works, you basically slow everything down. You work against the optimizations that mobile GPUs have. So we need to have a different way of doing it. And probably for mobile, even with the Vulkan renderer, we're going back to a more traditional way of figuring out which lights are shining on a mesh, and then limiting the lighting on that mesh to those lights. And that means that, if you have 100 lights in the scene and there's 15 shining on a single object in the scene, even though they might not all affect the same areas of the mesh, those lights won't work. At some point it'll cut off and I'll say, well, I'm going to render the first 8 lights and the other ones will not illuminate that object. So yeah. All right, cool. So you are still working on that. I need to go get back into helping you guys, because that was a fun project, and I feel bad that I've been so busy lately that I just haven't had time to really spend time on that. Coming back to what's on screen right now. So like I said, this is running live on my my laptop now. It's saying that it's running about 222 frames per second at the moment, even though we're not moving. We have pretty standard stuff here. I don't know if... well, I'm guessing that I don't have VSync turned on, because else it would max out at 165. I now have a 165 hertz monitor, so I can do some funky things with that. But just to make everybody a little bit understand what we're going for is, let's move around this scene a little bit. And this is a pretty beefy laptop. This has a 2060 RTX graphics card in there. But I just wanted to show off, the reflections on the floor here. Watch the volumetric lighting that's in here. You can see the mist sort of shining through the windows. If I go down the darker areas, we see that there's some bounce lights going off, so we can still see that, even though there are some dark corners in here, lights sort of bleeding in everywhere. And the one very, very surprising thing about this is there are 0 lights in this scene. Nothing is lighting this. This is pure GI coming off of the fact that the background is white, which personally I think is incredibly amazing, that we can get this level of realism in a scene like this, and it's purely lit through the GI framework, purely lit by doing a pass that and doing it real time. That's the thing. That's the really funky thing of this thing called SDFGI, which is signed distance field global illumination. And for those who haven't seen the screenshots from our good friend John, because he did make some very cool screenshots about this, this is a way to debug it and see what's going on here. And you see all these dots in here. There's a whole matrix of dots. And basically what's happening is that every dot that we're seeing here, every one of these balls, is a data point. And it's basically calculating what the light intensities from different directions are that are traveling through that dot in space. And when I am rendering, for instance, a reflection here. So if I'm going over here, we see the reflection of everything. Basically, it's doing a version of ray tracing, I would almost say, where it is looking from that fragment and seeing where the light is coming from, and it's sampling all these probes, all these dots that we see, to get an approximation of the light that is actually illuminating that fragment. And you can see that even though those dots are pretty spaced out, it's good enough to give a relatively accurate reflection of the skylights up here. Obviously, you can't see detail. It is sort of blurred, and then obviously we've got this sort of broken up pattern on the tiles here. But it's good enough to give you a really good immersive feel. The other thing that you can see here is now how some of the closer reflections sort of blend in and out. So we're moving actually from screen space reflections to the GI probe reflection. It is, I'm really impressed with how well this works. And there are a couple of things of note here. One is that this entire scene that we're looking at, if we look at the reflection model itself, is one mesh. That's the mesh. You see that's a really big mesh. This is not broken up into sections. There's no culling going on here. I bet that this whole thing can run at even, or you can see that even now it's sometimes peaking out at 700 FPS. I bet that this whole thing can run at much higher frame rates on this machine, simply by optimizing this. How do I turn this off? Oh, back to normal. Simply by optimizing this environment, breaking it up into smaller parts so that the engine can cull out things that are not visible by the camera. Because there's a lot of things behind the camera, there's a lot of things below the camera, above the camera that just aren't in our, even just frustum culling. This would already speed up quite a lot. And it's already running at a really good frame rate. Again, on a pretty high-end machine over here. This is a pretty good machine that I'm running this on. But still, it is something that I'm really impressed by. Can you have this in Mac? Well, you can port Mac Racer to Godot 4. I think it's too early for that. I think there are still too many rough edges on Godot 4 to use it for a production at this point in time. It's getting better and better, but there are still quite a lot of small usability issues and things that don't work as well as they should yet, which is understandable, seeing where in the development cycle we are. We have been working hard on getting this new renderer to work, and a whole bunch of other things that are being built in. It's only since this week that John, especially because I'm now on board, Clay John is on board. JFonts is officially starting next month, if I recall correctly. So we now have a couple of other people who are able to work on the renderer, giving John the time to start working on a bunch of other areas for just fixing bugs and polishing things up and making things work better. So I think it's too early to use Godot 4 in production, production would be a really terrible idea, but for a project, a long-term project that you want to get a head start on. But that said, I do think that once it gets to a point where it's stable enough to do that, a lot of projects will benefit from the improved performance in Godot 4, and I think Mac Racer would probably really benefit from it. Rip Unity. Come on, Unity has its place as well. It's a good engine. We have, we're getting more and more serious, and we're getting more and more to a point where I think larger studios are going to take Godot serious enough to take a chance and make a maybe even a AAA game in Godot. I wouldn't be surprised, especially some of the things that are coming out soon. There's a couple of games that are nearly finished that we've been anticipating for a while. Diaspora, I don't know if anybody saw the videos from Diaspora come out, which is looking really, really good. I'm still waiting for TiltQuest to come out. So there's a couple of games that are pretty close to release that will show that even with Godot 3, you can make some really good 3D games in this engine. And even with all its shortcomings and the things that it can't do, there's a lot it can do. And one of the advantages I believe in Godot is that it actually allows you to get an end result much quicker than in some of the other engines, depending on who you are and depending on your skill level. And Godot has a much lower skill level entry point than all of the other engines have. The flip side of it is that the other engines right now, still today, and that's going to not change anytime soon, they have a lot more backing in the sense of tutorials and people who have skills in those engines. So that is really where Godot still needs to grow, but is also growing. That's the thing. So I'm awaiting really. I'm expecting really good things from once Godot 4 is released. I think things will really start moving at a faster pace. I just want to ask an expert on this. How difficult would it be to improve the soft body cloth physics in Godot? What cost would imply if I commission somebody? I'm not the right person to answer that question, Sanyi, because I've never dived into it. I know that Andrea has worked on cloth simulations in Godot. So I'm not sure if he's on Twitter or not. I know that he's very active on the new Rocket Chat server. So Godot has got a new Rocket Chat server, chat.godotengine.org, if I remember correctly. So go check that out if you haven't already. The Discord, by the way, is also a good place. The Godot Discord is a really good place to talk to other Godot developers. But see if you can find Andrea. I know that he's worked on cloth simulations in Godot. So he will be good to talk to. The other person who's good to talk to is Camille, who is currently one of the core developers who is working on physics. So he might be able to give you some insights in that. But unfortunately, while I want to get into physics, obviously I've done some small tutorials on the physics capabilities that Godot currently has. And I want to expand on that because in VR, physics are really important. But I haven't dived and done. Can't speak English now. I haven't gotten into that part of the engine that deeply to really know. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. We had hoped that Godot 4 would obviously be in beta now already. But these things always take longer than we expect. We're getting close though. We're like I said, I think most of the rendering functionality is there. It also depends a bit on the choices that we're going to make, right? We're still going back and forward on, are we going to do the same thing that we did with Godot 3.0, where we obviously released Godot 3.0 without support for all platforms. It ran on Android, but it wasn't good. And we knew that because we knew that there were driver issues with the Glass 3 driver. We knew that we had to work on Glass 2. We knew that the 2D support in Godot 3 was not up to par and recommended everybody to stay on Godot 2 if they were making 2D games. Godot 3 was all about the new 3D render engine. Unfortunately, made in OpenGL ES3, which we when John started on that, he did not know how much trouble that would give around, driver issues and techniques not supported on all platforms and all that sort of stuff. So that was one of the reasons why eventually the decision was made when Vulkan became a far more serious option, that we suddenly decided, well, let's not put our time into improving the Class 3 renderer, but put our time into building a new Vulkan renderer. And that is very likely that will be a similar scenario with the release of Godot 4, where it will work on desktop. It will work on the higher end mobile devices, but it might leave some of the other stuff behind until 4.1 comes out or 4.0.1 comes out or something like that. Simply because we don't want to wait forever and ever. We want people to start using what has been built so that we find the things that need to be fixed. Because there's only so much that you can find in testing in a small team, and there's only so many people who are willing to use the alpha and use the beta to try and find faults with it. It's not until you release something to the general public that suddenly there are thousands and thousands of eyes on it, and then you find the real issues, and you'll be busy fixing those a little bit. So we don't want to postpone that forever. But I think the talk at this point in time is somewhere halfway this year that the hope is that Godot will be Godot 4 will be in a releasable state, which is fine by me because that gives me the time to actually make sure that version also has VR support. Because at one point when it was clear that I was going to be working on this full time at the start of this year, especially because last year was very difficult for me to get time in my spare time to actually work on things because of things just keeping me busy. It was looking for a while that Godot 4 would not release with VR support, and we would move VR support into 4.1. So obviously that would have been a big letdown on my part. Now there's still a chance that will happen, but I'm really hoping that Godot 4.0 will release with at the very least OpenXR support. I don't think I think the Quest will run on Godot 3 for a little bit longer unless we are successful with the OpenXR implementation on the Quest. The problem that we have there is that the current OpenXR implementation on the Quest uses a proprietary loader library from Oculus because there wasn't a loader available from Android. Now the Android loader is now in early stages. It is actually being released to like an early alpha. We're actually already experimenting with it. Christopher Haag has already got it running on Android phone in like Google Cardboard mode with a Monado stack, which is really cool. And Godot already runs with that, so that's pretty cool. But if Oculus adopts the standard Android loader, we should have Quest supported through OpenXR fairly quickly. After that, whether we are going to support or bring up the current plugins, the OpenVR plugin and the Oculus plugins, or whether we're going to put our money for those things purely on OpenXR, depends on how well that works. So far, all the work that I've done in the last couple of months together with Christopher on the OpenXR Godot 3 plugin has pretty much convinced us that is the future. OpenXR has been a joy to work against. You can really see that the best of Valve's engineers and the best of Oculus engineers and the best of Microsoft engineers have put politics aside and joined forces in creating a spec that is exemplary. And the quality is just there. It just really works very well. So I see the OpenXR plugin superseding a lot of the stuff that has been built before. There will still be a need for VR plugins because especially in the AR market, there are a lot of platforms out there that are not supporting OpenXR and will only work with their own SDKs. And we're going to make sure that we can support those. But I think OpenXR is going to take a leading place in Godot 4. Yeah, Human Diaspora is... I'm looking forward to playing that game. It looks really splashing. Let's see. Yeah, Cafe Games, Lumberjack. Apping Alba. Oh, Cafe Games, Lumberjack. Okay, yeah, I was wrong. Lumberjack. Yeah, no, it is pretty cool. Obviously... Cafe Games is they are currently evaluating Godot for making a game in. Their current games that they have released, as far as I'm aware, are either Unreal or Unity based, but they have been using Godot internally to see if it is suitable for them, and they have decided that it is suitable enough that they want to invest in the engine, and that was really cool. They just suddenly almost seemingly came out of nowhere and said, guys, we're playing around with your engine. We really like what you're doing. We're thinking about doing something because we want you guys to survive. Here's money. So yeah, that's amazing. So yeah, I don't know a lot about them. I've looked at the games that they have and what they're doing. It looks really cool. It looks like they've got some really cool games going around. Epic obviously gave us a bunch of money a while back, which is which I hope is going to only strengthen the relationship between Epic and us. Epic obviously, they did the same with Blender, where they gave Blender a quote unquote small grant, and then when they saw that Blender made good work out of that, they suddenly said, well, guys, we really like what you're doing. Here is a proper round of funding that really allowed, and because of that, Blender 2.8 came into existence. The fact that they suddenly were able to hire a bunch of developers who were able to modernize and improve Blender's UI, because that was always the UI in Blender was always weird compared to some of the others. Amazing that sort of support is available right now, and I'm hoping that similar things will happen with Godot. Everything that you see on screen right now, and some of the other stuff that I could show off here in Godot 4, is all made possible by the fact that Epic, did that donation. The whole Vulkan renderer is basically built with that money. It's allowed John to really pour time into it, and for us to use the Patreon funds to hire other people to do other things that needed to be done. So I hope that Epic sort of goes like, we think that's money well spent. We want to extend that relationship and do something. I know that a lot of people sort of went like, why is Epic doing this? Epic's the company behind Unreal. Godot is competition. Why are they doing this? But as successful a business as Unreal is only a slice of Epic's business. Most of their money was made with Fortnite. They now have the Epic Store, and of course the Epic Store is where we come in, right? For Epic, the more people can make games, and they realize that Unreal isn't for everybody. That Unreal's great if you want to make a really big AAA game, but if you want to make your average indie game, you're probably better off using Godot than Unreal, especially if you like the style of development you have in Godot. You don't need 99% of the functionality that is in Unreal. And the 1% that you do need, Godot does as well, and you might like the ease of use better in Godot than in Unreal. It's a very subjective choice, right? Some people like it better how it's solved in Unreal. Some people like it better in Godot. So that is subjective. There is no right or wrong choice there. It is what works better for you. And Epic simply says, well, if your choice is Godot and you build a game and you put that game on the Epic Store and we sell it for you and you make a bunch of money and we take a cut, then that was worth our investment in making sure that this engine is funded and you're able to make games in this engine. That's the angle here, and nothing nefarious or anything. It's purely that, plus that I've got the feeling that Tim Sweeney seems to be just very enthusiastic about supporting open source projects. Don't know why, I don't know the guy personally. I follow him on Twitter and see his posts. He seems like he's got the right mindset. He doesn't seem to be doing it for the wrong reasons. So all power to him. Let's see. Godot was finished and rushed. Well, it's definitely, Godot 4 is definitely at a point where you would want to try experimenting with it. Like I said, there are some weird usability issues, just things that broke and that nobody has had the time to fix. And that's normal for the state that we're in, the stage in development that we're in. But especially for existing projects, I think the biggest problem that you run into is that a lot of things have been renamed, and the code that will refactor your project and rename everything for you isn't finished. So I ran into, actually in this project, for instance, I ran into the fact that, where are you? Here we go. This used to be lerp rotate, lerp as a function with everything in the parameters, and all of a sudden that function is gone. It's being replaced by calling a function on the variable that you're lerping, which is fine. That's just a refactoring thing. You'll see that a lot of names have been changed. A lot of structure has moved around a bit. One of the things that I really like is, if you just look at this, is we now have a node 2D node, and all the 2D things are under there, and we have a node 3D. So there's no more spatial. It's now called node 3D, and that is being changed pretty consistently. So we now have a material 2D and a material 3D instead of, you know, one calling canvas material and the other. Actually search for that because I think it's standard material. Why does that not work? Because that is a property, isn't it? Sorry, and the same thing, mesh instance 3D. If it's a 3D object, it has a 3D suffix to it. Material override. So here we can see we have a standard material 3D. The shader material doesn't have 2D or 3D because the shader material gets its type from the shader itself. But when you use, you know, what before was this, the canvas material in 2D and the spatial material in 3D is now called standard material 2D for 2D, standard material 3D for 3D. So the naming is a lot more logical. But it, of course, means refactoring. Some of that happens automatically when you import your project, and some of it you'll spend some time fixing stuff up. Okay. Have I got the other thing in here? Yeah, I do. Let's go to this guy. All right, this is the other thing, which is absolutely cool. Forget about the ground and the cube. That was this background. So, I think it's in the default dress. This is the other one that I had to be experimenting with today because, or this week, because I'm moving that code into a new class, as I was saying in the beginning. None of the VR XR plugins currently work in 4.0, and while I'm hoping to start work on OpenXR support in Godot for next week or the week after, depending a bit on how busy next week is going to be, and I'm expecting early builds to properly support OpenXR, or at least the basics, either by the end of the month or early next month. A long road ahead of us of making it work properly, but the first versions of Godot 4 will be without the plugin structure because there are a lot of internal changes to make Vulkan work properly. There are shortcuts that we can take with GD Native, but I don't want to take those shortcuts. So, and while OpenXR may again become a plugin in the long run for Godot 4, the short-term discussion or decision has been to make it possible to make OpenXR a module, a core module. So you will be able to compile a runtime without the OpenXR components, but because OpenXR is completely open source, it's a completely open standard. There's no proprietary code in there or anything that that breaks our licensing. OpenXR can be part of the core of Godot, and that just means that implementing the new features that we need to make the stereoscopic rendering work in Vulkan suddenly become a lot easier. Now, again, in the long term, we do want to support plugins again, so we do need to get that working. But making it work as a core module first, it gives us a chance to do it properly, to figure out how to do it properly, and then decide, okay, how are we going to make this work in a plugin? Instead of if we go through the way that it currently works in Godot 3, we're going to get a really hairy spaghetti mess of code, and I don't think that's what anybody's waiting for. But yeah, we are not at a point yet that you can do VR in Godot 4. Right now, VR is still Godot 3 territory. All right. So the other thing that I was working on that I also wanted to show off. So this is all worked by Clayjohn. Is our new Sky mode. So you can see that just like in Godot 3, we have a Sky option in here, but everything now lives under the Sky node over here. And is it one? That's one deal. So we need the Sky object. Interesting that we don't get that right away. But inside of here, we have a number of new Sky materials. So the Sky, yeah, that's interesting. I thought there were other options here. It's all materials. Okay, well that's pretty cool actually. Not really a problem. I forgot that that we got that later. In Godot 3, the background was a separate object where you could either have a panorama or you could generate a background, which it was actually still creating a panorama image that was used. What we changed in Godot 4 is that it's now a shader. So basically, what we're doing when you opt for Sky, and that's why this is actually a Sky material. I wonder why it's. That's I think why I got confused, because that was called Sky material for a little while. Although that's now there. I can't exactly remember how that's on, but it's now using shader logic. And that means that basically the background is rendered as a quad. Every fragment is sent through the shader that you define, and that builds the background. And that's immensely faster because instead of having to render the whole 360-degree panorama, we're only rendering what is on screen. That there might still be a panorama image. That's what the panorama shader does, is just read out that image. When you look at reflection, because this is the other thing that's actually we'll get to reflection in a minute, because that is another version of where the shader is being called. So just like with materials on meshes, we have a number of stock materials that generate the shader for you, or we just have a shader material where you can write the shader yourself, although that's not for the faint-hearted. Making a proper Sky shader is, there's some work involved if you want to do something like the one that you're seeing on screen right now. All right, so we have a panorama sky, and when we look at that, that's basically our HDR one. I don't have an HDR here, but that works exactly the same as the current panoramic sky in Godot 3. You select an HDRI, and that is what is being rendered in the background. We also have our procedural sky, which is the old procedural sky of Godot 3 re-implemented as a sky shader. So it's more efficient than the one that that was in the old one, but it works pretty much the same. And the reason why we kept that in there is for backwards compatibility. Any game that's set up with the old procedural sky will work because it's still there. But the really cool one is the physical sky, which is doing proper Rayleigh scattering over the background. So you can see that we have a nice coloration on the horizon. But the other thing which is really cool, which is new, is that it actually reads out our directional light. So if we have a directional light in the scene and we change that, you see that it automatically updates the position of the sun in the sky. And you can see, how a sundown really gives that beautiful sort of reddish background in the sky. Now, I haven't played around with this much more than this, because I simply haven't had time for it. But Clay John's also worked on supporting clouds. But I think that is a separate shader that you can download off his site. I actually need to have a look at that one, because I really want to play with that at some point in time. But for those who might remember that I did an asset for Godot 3 that did something similar like this. But the technique that Clay John uses here is a generation newer than the technique that I was using. Much faster, much more efficient, much more capable of what we want to do here. I'm not really going to play around too much with the settings. Yeah, I don't think the sky was or the clouds were in here. The night sky one is pretty interesting. I don't have an image ready, which is a bit of a shame, but it means basically that the moment that the sun goes under and you start getting night, you can actually get a starscape in there. So you can use a panorama for a night sky, because obviously there's no stars in this thing. So, and the other thing which is really nice, which was always a problem, is because first of all, we're now combining the sky with a proper directional light. First of all, your shadows will therefore always match up with the sun's position, while before you had to set them up separately and make sure that they matched. But it also means that you actually get much more natural lighting. We see that the blue is isn't as crazy as it was in Godot 3, because that was, of course, the whole problem is that if you don't have a proper light setup, you just have the background, sky's blue, everything has got blue reflected in it. Now, the other thing which I really find cool, I'm going to go and add in as an example, I'm going to add another object in here, and I'm going to make that a, where are you, sphere. I'm going to zoom in on that sphere a little bit. Hello, sphere. We're going to go and give that sphere a material, just a standard one. And I'm going to go to roughness, and I'm going to take the roughness down so that we can make it nice and shiny. And I'm going to turn the metallic up. And we see our sky beautifully reflected in our material. So, and that works real time, right? So if I go to my directional light again, and I move my sun's position, we can see that the reflections immediately match what's going on here, which is really cool. And if you combine clouds in your sky shader, again, I wish I had prepared that. I wish I had downloaded Clay John's example there. But if your sky shader includes clouds, you will see animated clouds reflected in a little globe there. And it basically is the same shader that is rendering the background is driving the reflections on our globe, which is yeah, pretty cool. I don't know if you can do 2 directional lights. I think if you do 2, then only the first one is used. But I could be wrong, so let's try that out and see if that does some. Where has that disappeared off to? Oh, there you go. Okay, I want you to be a bit more up so that we can see your effects. And, well, I could be very wrong because they both... Well, I don't think they do it very well, because you can see that this one now controls... I think that our light reflection is just specular lighting. So I think our background is only updated by the first light in the scene. So we can't get Tatooine working in the standard one. If you write your own, I'm pretty sure you have access to both directional lights and can do something with it. Yeah, maybe you got it from Area 51. I don't know. So yeah, I'm pretty impressed with some of these new things. Obviously, as someone who likes working on render engines, this is the sort of thing that that excites me. And I want to find time to do more with this. I eventually want to see if I can write my own sky shader, make it do something funky, especially around the cloud stuff. Actually, I'm going to have a quick Google on that. You see some of the experiments. Sorry, I'm just looking at my other screen because I'm just looking at this. So here it's a custom thing, sky, resources, panorama, procedural sky, sky shaders. You can build your own sky shader. Here we can see an example where it's got some early clouds in there. Does he have a link to what he's doing here? I don't think so. Come on, Clay John. Okay, here's Clay John's GitHub page. Does he have a example project on his GitHub page? Real-time clouds, time on low-end computer. Godot clouds, experimenting with real-time clouds. Okie doke. Let's see. Well, we're gonna try it, but it's 2 years old. This might not be. Hold on, let me see. This is very early experiments. No, it is for 4. Let's see. Does he have anything else? Go in Godot. That's in 2D scripts. Well, I'm gonna try it, and we might be opening up a really old project of his that doesn't work, but it's worth a try. So this might be a hopeless failure. I don't know, because this is a old one. So I will be surprised if this is his new version, but we can try. Where are you? From others. Clouds. Projects. Import. Let's see if this still works. Or not. Blue empty. Hemisphere. No, I don't think this is probably one that he built just using. No, this is too old. I was afraid of that. Nah. I need to ask him for a sample project where he's got that working. And this thing hasn't had a change in 2 years, so I'm pretty sure that this is an old experiment of his. Yeah, gonna have to do that some other day. Is there anything else that I can have a quick look at that might be interesting to do? Nah, I think that's everything that is worth looking at as far as news and new things. That obviously the Sky isn't new. And even the GI probe obviously was already in earlier builds for a while now. I think it was only a couple of months ago that John started working on that, and it was finished probably at the end of last year or beginning of this year. But I happen to have worked on it this week, and I'm still working on it to just move some code around and refactor some things. And it does say procedural Sky. Oh, that's the procedural Sky. That one does up to 4 suns. But the physical Sky does not. That's someone that we were just playing with. So yeah, I need to get a hold of the example code that we're doing. Generate fancy clouds. I wonder if that's actually a function that we have, or if that was a function that he just is using as an example. I'd be a little bit surprised that's actually in there. Would be cool. So that's it would have been nice if we had a copy of that project, because that would be cool. Anyway, it's all coming. So visual shader didn't change. I don't know what the if there is any specific work being done on the visual shader. I'm pretty sure that will be. Definitely to make sure that it does everything that the new Vulkan logic can do, because obviously there are changes in the way that you approach certain things. So certain nodes will change and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure that there's new functionality that the visual shader needs to be aware of and needs to be able to work with. But I don't know if anybody's worked on it yet. I don't know. I haven't played around with the visual shader. All right. I think that's enough playing around with Godot 4 for now. I'll try and remember to ask Clay John for his project and see if maybe next week I can at least show the clouds working, because that is very impressive. I've seen his videos on his work on that. It's I think he used the articles that Gorilla posted on how they handle clouds in Horizon Zero Dawn as a base. So yeah, if he got something even close to that working, that would be pretty damn amazing to have, But I do think that's going to be a shader that's an extra download that you get as an asset, and not something that's just in the core implementation. Anyway, I need some water. Aha. And then the rest of our stream, don't want to break my laptop again with water. That would not be a good idea. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the visual shaders are really nice. I'm not a big fan of the visual programming in Godot. I'm a code writer anyway, so it's not something that I do a whole lot with. But it is one of those things where I think that a better visual code system in Godot would benefit a lot of people. So I do hope that at some point in time we are going to get someone who is actually experienced in doing those sort of things and build that out. The visual shader, on the other hand, even I use it. And that's saying something because I love writing shader code in code. But there are just certain things that are, it's just so easy to just drag it together in the visual shader. And I have to say, I'm very impressed with how much the visual shader can do in Godot. There's certain things that it's not good at. And I don't think any visual shader will ever be good at certain more complex things because the sort of optimizations that you need to do just don't lend themselves to drawing something together. But for most shaders, it's just, especially with all the previews that John added in, the ability to see the results of every step and how things are being combined, it's really well done. I'm really impressed by it. So, I wanted to spend tonight to do a little bit more of my little dungeon project. I have no idea yet, no plan yet to see where I'm taking this. For me, this is mostly just an experiment to see if I could get an idea that I had to work. But I was having so much fun last week that we went on till about 3 a.m., which was, in hindsight, not a good idea because I missed an important meeting the next day. That's one of the downsides of working for an international organization now, is I am not used to needing to do things on Saturdays because my Saturday morning is the Friday afternoon for a lot of people still in the US. So yeah, I slept straight through an alarm because I forgotten that I had to do something on Saturday, which is really unprofessional, and I'm still pretty ashamed of that happening. But at the same time, we were having a lot of fun with this last week. So I wanted to spend today doing a little bit more. And like I said, I have no idea where I'm going to go with this project. I've got some things in my mind about what I might want to do. There's a couple of things that sort of going in my head that might be fun. Whether it is that I'll start making some tutorial videos based on what I'm doing here, or whether it's going to be a side project that I'm going to do, or whether we're going to spend more time on this on stream. I don't know yet. That also really depends on whether you guys actually like this project or not. I know that there's a couple of people who are very eager for me to return to my space game, which I have not forgotten. I'm very eager to return to it as well. But I must admit, I'm having a lot of fun with this. So I might do a little bit more. Now, I did spend some time on it this week. As you can see, we now have some lights. The background is now black. I no longer have the sky background because it doesn't make sense for a dungeon. Obviously, we're expecting this all to be indoors. I've also added some caps at the end. They are not perfect fits, and they don't have to be for the distance that we are at. But because we could see through the stones, I decided to just put some things on all of our tiles there. So yeah, when we run this, then we can now see, and I'm actually going to maximize this for fun, that we have our character in here. Now, our character doesn't turn or anything yet. The whole movement is not what I want it to be. I just needed something that we could move our character around. So, but you can see that I did a few little things with getting some lights in to get some atmosphere. So one of the things that I'm thinking about is maybe moving the lights around or making it less and more dim or something like that to sort of give the illusion of flickering of a flame. Might want to try a few things there. But our whole dungeon generation system is nicely working. The other thing which I really want to do as well, also to sort of fix the popping in of things as we're moving around, is doing a bit of a fog of war sort of technique, where anything that's far further away than a certain distance from the character just fades out. And it also means that any room that is far enough away from us, we can just hide so that we don't actually render it. Even though the frustum culling should do a lot in this case, you can see that it is pretty, it's keeping up the performance quite well. We can also see that one or two of these cells I've put some elements in just to break things up a bit. So yeah, it's a nice little little base of a game. There's obviously no game logic in here yet. I can still walk through walls and stuff like that. So now the whole idea with a dungeon crawler like this, and the sort of game that I would want to turn this into is to turn this into a turn-based game where your character can move a fixed number of cells, and you go through the standard steps, right? It's your character's turn, and you get to do basically two things. One is you get to move the character, and then you can perform an action. So you can move it towards an enemy, and then you can attack the enemy, for instance. And when you do your two moves, and maybe you can keep doing them until your action points run out or something like that. And then you move to, let's say that you've got multiple characters in your party, which generally for these sort of games, you would have something like that. You would do the same thing for those. So, and I'm still wondering, do I make this a single player game? Do I make this a multiplayer game? Does it become a game where you control one character that runs through a dungeon, or do you control a team of characters? And of course, if it's multiplayer, everybody would control different characters of the team. I'm not sure about that yet. But even with that, there are a number of basic things that we need to do to sort of get some game mechanics in. And, that's something that we could probably spend some more time on today. Before we start with that, however, I want to do a change to some of the code that we did last time, because I thought about it a little bit more, and I figured that we could actually improve it slightly as far as our maze generation is concerned. And then specifically the logic for checking whether we have matching walls and matching doorways. So this is the thing that's a bit hard to visualize, unfortunately. 7-Day Jam, that's coming up. Very good. So we are defining for every side of our tile, and we only have the 4 sides. I'm not going to do up, down, or anything. Everything's going to be a single level. So for every one, we are defining for this tile whether it's an opening or whether there's a wall there. Now, if there is an opening here, then obviously we want to have a tile on this side that also has an opening on this side. So that is why we are, in our code, we're doing that bitwise operator where we are checking. So let's say that we're going to add this tile in. We're going to check all the tiles around. So we're going to check, hey, do I need an opening over here? Now there's a tile here. So yes, I need an opening. So whatever tile I choose here has to have an opening. But because I don't have any tiles on the other sides, I don't care. And that's the important bit. I don't care. There's a difference between, hey, there is a tile here and that has a wall. So no, I don't need an opening. I need a wall. Or there's no tile in here. So I don't care whether this side has an opening or a wall. Both are possible. And the way that we do that is with bitwise operators. So right now we have 2 sets of bits. We have our need open sides, which are our 4 bits that says for left, right, or left, top, right, bottom, we need openings here. And then we have a need walls that says for these, we need walls. So the options are, let's say for left, either both of them are 0, which means that I don't care whether there's an opening or wall. There is no tile there. Or the need open size is 1 and the need walls is 0. They can never both be 1. That's not possible. But the need open size is 1 and the need walls is 0, which means I must have a tile that has an opening on that side. Or need open size can be 0 and need walls can be 1, which means I need to have a wall there. And that's how we can limit which tiles we select from, so that we always select a tile that will fit in that cell, that will have an opening where there is an opening, a wall that where there needs to be a wall, and a random choice wherever there isn't a tile on that side. So that's what we're doing here. Now, we can improve this code by saying, instead of having 2 4-bit variables, is we just use 1 8-bit variables. And we simply say, we use a bitwise function function here with the following definition. Bit 0. And it is left top, right bottom, if I remember correctly. Left must be passage. Bit 1. Top must be a passage. Bit 2. Right must be a passage. Bit 3. Bottom must be a passage. And now we're just going to continue with that. 4, 5, 6, 7. But here it is, must be a wall. Must be a wall. Must be a wall. Must be a wall. Which means that we're no longer going to have two variables. We're just going to say needs. Good enough. And then we're going to do our checks. And in this case, we're going to say if we need a passage, we're going to check our first 4 bits, which we do by doing power to the 2 index, and index being 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., etc. Yeah, I think index goes from 1, doesn't it? Does it go from 0? No, it goes from 0, which is fine. So now for the walls, oh, and that also obviously means that I need to rename this one. And now for the walls, we can do the same thing, but we simply add 4 to our index. We need a wall. There we go. All right. So here we're saying OS open sides, but what we're going to do actually here is we're going to say has, again, our 4 bits, and now we're going to add this in with a shift. So what we're going to do here is has plus is, not has, shifted, other way around, shifted 4. Now I need to double check if Godot actually has the shift operator. I'm going to assume that. So now we can simply say has needs is needs. So we're doing a bitwise and as long as all the flags that we need, all the bits that we need are set, we're all good. Right. I've got a bracket wrong like that. And then we're going to go and push that in. Very cool. Now I'm going to do a needs here. And I'm going to do a... Oh, I can't do that because that's inside there. Okay, that's fine. We actually need to remove that at some point. I removed a little bit too much there. So in theory, that should still work. Now, before we test that, I actually want to move my camera away a little bit more so that we see a little bit more of our area. Helps if I type that in right. Let's see if we broke that or if our optimization actually works. At first glance, that looks pretty fine. I don't see any weird breaks. Here we go. Coolio. I think that that is still working. Now, one of my worries that I have that I don't have a solution for yet. Right now, it does seem that we create a pretty big dungeon and we still have rooms to explore. But at some point, we are obviously going to run into a situation where all corridors are closed and we can't reach any other sections of our maze. Now, that in itself is not a problem, having a limited size at some point for our maze. And I think we're pretty much reached that point right now where I can no longer go into a room that has an opening. The problem, of course, is because everything is random, that could happen after a couple of rooms, or it can happen after a long time of, moving around the dungeon. There really isn't any protection there that results in a minimum number of rooms being created. And right now, I'm not quite sure how we would accomplish that. So I don't know that one yet. I haven't really figured out how I want to deal with that. And truth be told, at this point in time, I'm sort of going like, we seem to get a pretty decent dungeon. Now, one of the things that I think will improve the chances of having big dungeons is to create more tiles that have many open sides. Because our random generator, we find all the tiles that we can possibly choose from, and then we choose one at random. The more tiles we have in that set that have multiple openings, the higher the chances that we choose a tile that has openings. And thus, the higher the chances that we have a larger dungeon. But there's also part of me that sort of wonders, like, okay, is there a way to ensure that we keep on building a bigger and bigger maze? And one of the ways that I'm thinking about is to count the number of openings we currently have, and if that falls under a certain threshold, is to remove tiles with more than 2 walls from our choices, for instance, and make it more logical or more likely that we extend our dungeon instead of creating closed rooms. Rodzilla just gave me exactly that suggestion. I think that's a good confirmation that might be a good way to do it. So yeah, let's see if we can actually build that logic and see if we can figure that out. So let's go and build that and say we're gonna start here, and we're gonna say our open sides is 0. It's 0. We're gonna start with, we don't have any open sides. And then in our ready, we're going to say load our room scene. And actually, before I do anything else, I'm going to add a signal here. Open size changed, so that I can hook to that. And I want to go and add a label in. There we go. And on my room here, I want to connect that up to my... I don't have a main script. Great. All right, now I want to hook that up to my main script. I'm going to give that a parameter, actually. New sides, which obviously I need to put in here. New sides. There we go. And what I simply want to do here is label dot text is new sides. There we go. So as our sides change, we update our label so that we can see whether our logic is working. So what I want to do here is load our room scene, that's so that, and then we have our add entry child. Okay, so when we do our add entry, all right, so we get our room, we get our open sides, that's cool. We've got our add, we do that, perfect. So So when we add, we count the number. Let me think. Yeah, so we need to actually go through all 4 sides. That's that here. 4 side and sides. And I actually want to go this. Because we want to check the cell next to it. If we have a cell... If we have a cell or we have a... Actually, I'm going to do this differently. I'm actually going to say 4i inside size. Oops. Sides I. Because now we can check I. So we actually want to see if we have a wall, we don't really need to check. Let me think. If we have a wall, we don't need to check. We only need to see where we have an opening. Let me think. Yeah, because we're gonna. Okay, yeah. I know what we're doing here. So, what we're gonna do here is bits is power to I. That counts from 1, I think. Does it? Or does it count? No, it counts from 0. The function, isn't it? Yeah, it's function. Yeah, power 0. Okay, cool. And I want to change that over to an int. All right, so now we're going to say if, and we can actually use our room open sides. It doesn't really matter which one we have. And bit is bit. So if our bit is set, then we know we have to check our tile. If we don't have one, if we have a wall there, we don't care. We don't have an opening on that side, and it's not going to close something. We can only have a wall if the adjoining tile already had a wall there and therefore wasn't an opening, or not. So in this case, if we do have a tile there, we are actually closing off an existing opening because now there is a, it leads to a tile. It's no longer an open end. And if there isn't a tile there, then we know that we're good. So all that we need to do here is check whether we have a tile. If we have a tile, we subtract one open side. If we don't have a tile, we add an open side. All right. So, how do we check if, I think we can do, where's our map? Is that map? It's maze. If maze has cycles. If we have one, okay. So here we're going to say open size -1, and now emit signal. Whoops. Why does it only come up and then when you don't select, it closes that right away? There we go. Open sides. Actually, we're going to do that like this because it's always going to do that. No tile. And new opening is created. Open sides is open sides +1. Oh. All right. That needs to have an S. So let's see if our count makes sense. All right, so we now say that we have 5 openings, and this is where, okay, I'm going to move my camera further out so that we can actually see much more of our maze. So that we can start counting. So we actually started with 4, and then that started to move out. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there. There's a wall there. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have the right number. If I go down here, we suddenly have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now here's a problem. These two are open in a room that we can't reach. And that one is indeed closed. Now we're back to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm guessing again, we have 5 over there. So I think our counting system works. The problem is that we're counting, well, I don't think we can avoid counting the openings that we have in areas that we can't reach currently. And that's potentially a problem because that might thwart our system here. Yep, you like it? Finally got rid of the bush, and I don't go to the hairdresser often enough, so yeah. Both me and my son had a nice little buzz cut. Get it nice and short, which is really good in this weather. Oh, Ishmael, see you next time. Hi, George. Hope the weather is good in Portugal. Okie doke. So at this point in time, we are at 16 openings, but most of those openings aren't currently reachable. Is there a way that we can change our counting of that? Because at some point in time, we're going to close off our maze, but we're going to have lots of outside openings that we cannot reach. Because like here, for instance, I can never get to that or that side because I'm already closed into all the nearby walls. Now, it's possible at some point I might find my way around there. So I'm wondering if this is going to be doing enough of what we needed to do. That said, we keep every time generating pretty decent dungeons. So I think it's going to be a stacking thing. I think it's going to be a matter of making sure that we have more tiles with openings with multiple walls open than closed. And I think that's probably the only way that we can make sure that that we don't run into a situation where everything gets closed off. Now, the other thing which we need to do, but I think we won't do that until we're much further along with this project. We need to have a goal. We have to have a treasure room or an end dungeon or something like that. You know, the thing that will, once we reach it, we suddenly go like, hey, hooray. Yeah, maybe something like that. You know, the more rooms we add, the more likely we keep open ones. I have to think about that some more. Right now, I don't think it's a real big problem. I am going to remove my label, though. I'm going to keep that count in there because it might be useful at some point. But I think that right now, we don't really need it. So let's go and disconnect there. Okay. I think the next thing that we need to do is start working on our Fog of War. And that's going to be a little bit more tricky because right now, and this is something that actually is fixed in Godot 4. And unfortunately, it's not yet available in Godot 3. In Godot 3, when you define a uniform on a shader, on a material, that uniform gets a value based on that material. So if we have 100 materials using all the same shaders, I'm going to have to assign that uniform for every one of those shaders, or every one of those materials, even though I'm using the same shader. And in this case, when you want to do a Fog of War, and you want to communicate to the shader the locations of your characters, because you're calculating the distance to that character for your Fog of War, you're going to have to update every material that we have. Now, Godot 4 introduces the ability to have global uniforms, where you say, I'm going to define this uniform, but all materials using this shader are going to get the same value. So yeah, I think that's the thing, Noobs, is do percentages, and by creating more tiles, or I might add weighting to every tile. Right now we have when we look at, so not here, scenes, rooms. So one of the things that we could do, oh, that's my 01 room. I need my base room, is we could add an export variable weight here, right? And we could say, well, the higher the weight, the more likely we choose that tile. It's actually not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all, actually. How are we building our maze right now? How are we building our dictionary? Here, room scene, open size. So we can put the weight in there, or we actually can put a min and max. Let's do that. And we can cheat. We can actually cheat really, really well with this, just by using a bit more memory, which is I'm not against. So what we're gonna do is in our room. Come on. We're going to do an export variable here. Wait. And I actually want to make sure that that is an int. Is 1. And just make that default 1. Why doesn't it like that? What am I doing wrong here? Oh, because it needs to be between brackets. There we go. All right. All right. So let's rig the system, right? We're going to go to our room 1 or room 0. And let's give this guy weight 10. Make it very likely that we choose that one. And this one has got 1 wall. So again, I'm going to give that a weight 5. That one has 1 wall, so I'm also going to give that weight 5. That has 2 walls, I'm going to leave that alone. That one has 1 wall, give that weight 5. And we should see that our scenes that have 1 wall should be chosen a lot more than the scenes with multiple walls. I guess that's all of them. Let's see. We should have 4 rooms with 5 sides. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. And that's number 4. And then this one has got 10. Perfect. So now back at our maze script, obviously we need to go and say weight. And copy our weight value in there. And I still wish that we could do this without instantiating each of these. It seems very wasteful. The other thing that I think that I'm going to do at some point is I'm going to make different tile groups so that we can have different levels, have different tiles, different styles. So, we have a dungeon like this, and maybe we have maybe we even have an outdoor thing at some point in time. It's very possible. Okie doke. Now, the way that we're going to do this is in our loop here, where we are pushing an entry in. We're actually going to push that for the number of weight we have. It's going to expand our array, but it's just an array of pointers, right? Pointers to objects. It's not going to be like lots and lots of data. But the more something is in there, the more likely it is that it gets chosen. In So this is going to be room type weight. There we go. We're just going to add it in that number of times. And that should mean that we now have a much higher chance of getting things with multiple. You can see that our four-sided ones are getting in there quite a lot. Oops. Yeah, you can see that it's really favoring that four-square one. And we're getting a really big dungeon right now. There's no ending in sight. So obviously these weights are completely overdone. But I think in principle, we have now made sure that we're getting... It's much more unlikely that we're getting a close-up area. I think this dungeon is going to be going on forever and ever and ever. So obviously we probably want to weight this a bit different. Probably our two-walled ones, maybe give it a weight of 3 or something like that, or maybe give those a 2, and then the three, the ones with 3 openings a 3, and then our 4 or something like that, or 5. 10 is crazy. For a grid map, I did not go for a grid map here because of the way that I am structuring these. Now, again, my laptop is pretty powerful, so it's not breaking a sweat at all when it comes to the number of objects that are on screen, especially because Frustum Culling is doing a really good job with this sort of camera of minimizing how much is actually getting rendered. It would be much different if I would actually be working from the character's point of view, and this would be a first-person environment, then I would need to do a much more, because you would really get a slowdown at some point in time once you have a really big dungeon. Although the whole way that I want to do our Fog of War, we would definitely get that. The other thing, of course, is as you can see, the bigger this gets, the more lights are going to be added, and yeah, that all, because every light has a shadow map, so this is going to start blowing out memory quite nicely. And I'm not worried about that at this stage in the game. You can see how much we've already done. We're still fine with moving around. But as things get more complex, that's going to become important. Now, one of the ways that I want to deal with this is my Fog of War implementation. So we're going to do the Fog of War in 2 ways. One is every time that our character crosses an edge into a new room, we're going to call a function that is going to go through each tile. And if a tile is further than a certain distance from our character, we're going to hide it, which is probably going to be about 2 tiles away. The second thing that I want to do is around a radius of our character. In our shader, I want to blacken it out once you get further from that radius. Even if we have the lights of the candles, I don't want the character to be able to see more than 2 tiles away. So we're probably going to have a range of 2 tiles that blacks out with a shader, and then a range of 3 tiles where we hide the tile completely. But based on every character that we have. So if we have 4 characters, we're going to do that check against every 4. And if a tile is more than 3 tiles away from every character, that's when it gets hidden. And then in the shader, it's as well, the closest character is going to determine whether we're going to fade out or not. But it does mean that every material that I use is going to have that shader, and therefore I'm going to have to communicate the locations of my characters to each of those shaders. And that is something that's a bit of a pain. And again, that's something where we're obviously going to want to harvest that. We're not going to want to figure that out ourselves. We're going to, as we load these scenes, it's probably going to be part of our maze loader. is we just load in every material that's in the scene. We just scroll through all the objects, and just grab them out. And if there's a material that we don't have yet, then voila, we're going to add a material to an array so that we have a list of materials that we need to update. Fun, but it's what it is. So that's actually where I want to start. And we're going to start with hiding things. Now, we're going to start with creating 4 characters. Even though we're only controlling 1 at this point in time, we're going to have we're just going to put our 4 characters into the scene just so that we have them, and we can play around with that. And actually, I actually want to make that a node so that it becomes easier to figure out where we have our places. Or are we going to? We're gonna make a an autoload script for that. I think that actually is a good idea. Let's actually go and create a new folder just to house our general purpose scripts. And I want to create a new script. And that is going to call global state. Great, there we go. Okay. So something that we want to do here is capital A. Thank you very much. So we're going to keep an array of player characters that we have in there. That's going to be static, a static array every time that our game or our level loads. So we're going to have a reset in there. Reset characters. And that's going to be player characters is array. Boom. So we're just going to empty them at that point in time. Now, the other thing that we want to do, which I already started with, is I actually have a base character here. Actually, the first thing, go to our project settings and say, let's go into scripts, global state, and let's add that in. Boom, global state. All right. Which now also means that I should be able to say, onReady var global state is get node, and I always forget what this is called. Okay, we're just going to run this for a sec. I'm just going to move that away for a sec. I'm going to go to remote. It's in root global state. Okay, root global state. Keep in mind that when your game is running, I just moved it onto my other screen, but the game is still running. If you go to here in local, we can see what currently, what we're always working with. But if you go to remote, you can actually see our running state. And if I move this one a bit out of the way, like that, I can, for instance, go to our mage here. Our mage is over there. And let's say that I want to move him there. Oh, it went up. That wasn't really what I had in mind. Let's move him over there. So you can see that I can directly influence the game. It's kind of cool. Bye-bye. So if you didn't know about that, now you do. It's pretty cool. Okay, so now in our global state, we want to say func add character. Let's give that a let's give that a node. That can be kind of spatial because we don't really care, do we? No, we know that that's a kinematic body. It's okay, kinematic body. And we're going to have that return an int. Very good. And that means that we are going to create a new dictionary. There we go. And it's going to be character node. Node. We might store much more about these guys. One of the things that we do need to do is position. Dot global transform dot origin. There we go. Now we can do player characters. Pushback. Character. We're just going to add that at the end, which means that we can now return player characters. What size? -1 because we are 0 indexed. And now we can say func update character position. And now we can simply say index int. Time, by the way. Plenty of time left. There we go. Yeah, not CBAS. Come on. There we go. And that means that we can actually do player characters dot p index position is now it could. I actually don't know. We're gonna give it a position. P position. There we go. Andre, all my streams are on my YouTube channel. I don't throw any of them away. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see a playlist with all my streams. And when the stream is finished, I'll be adding this to that playlist, and you can watch it. The URL should also stay the same. So okay. So now we have a way to keep an array of characters that are in the game. And this will also allow us to go and loop through these to do our turn-based. So good start for having that. So this is really going to be our global game state. It's going to be reset when a level loads, and we work from there. All right. So what we can now do is we can have an index and say this is going to be the player index. And we now can say player index is global state dot add character self. So we're just going to add ourself on our ready so that, hey, here we are, presto, hello. So in our global state, let's just make sure that that is working. Character node position. Now the other thing that, of course, is we are doing this. So what I'm going to do is I'm only going to allow this for player index is 0. Double is 0. So again, this is not going to be our player control, but eventually we could have our player control. I actually hate this, but the new standard is that empty line should not have tabs. I like this so that we can see the flow of our if, but seems to be frowned upon these days. So yeah, well, it is what it is. And I tried to get into the habit of removing them, because else whenever I commit stuff to let's say the Godot repository or things like that, it starts complaining. Hold on, I just need to move something because it's sitting on my keys, very uncomfortable. Okie-do. So it should register itself now. I just want to add a print in here so that we know that we are now in there. So I'm going to say print player characters. So let's just print our array, make sure that this is working. I think we should remove a few prints that we don't need anymore. So I don't really care about you anymore. There we go. I don't care about you anymore. We're pretty convinced that that all works. I am going to keep our signal whenever our player moves into a room, wherever that is. Might be in the player script itself. All right. So if I run this now, there it is. It says kinematic body position is in there. Cool. So what we're now going to do is over here. Again, I need to fix that up in a minute. Global state. Update character position player index. So we're only going to be here if our player index is 0, but let's keep our logic correct. Now here we do want to do the global transform. Origin. There we go. So that should now continuously update that in our global state. And that should allow us to make sure that everything there is working. So yeah. Okay. And eventually we'll hook up signals or something like that to make sure that we do the next step, but they'll come. Okay. So we're gonna note in there. So the next thing that I want to do is actually say new inherited scene. Scenes character scene. There we go. New character. Let me also open up our mage. Character mage. So, oh yeah, that's all there. Why do I still have this guy in there? That was just for testing, wasn't it? Yeah. I think I don't need you anymore. Goodbye. Okay. Because one of the things that I did, I actually started using the individual thing, so we now actually have animations on this guy. So attack, whee, or run. For some reason, it doesn't seem to have the second part of that animation. I think it's supposed to go both ways of the arrows. Had some interesting things there. Now I know that K has got updated animation file, so you uploaded new ones. I still need to download, so that might actually already be fixed. I don't know, but yeah. Okay, so that's our mage. So animation rig. I'm pretty sure I need to do edible children. There we go. And then we need to assign things to these slots. So let's start with our head. And where are assets here? That's the, oh no, I do. Tension pack, models, characters, DLTF. All right. I've already extracted all the things here. So that's our mage character. Okay. Where are other characters? We're supposed to have many more characters. Oh, I probably didn't. I did not change the settings on that. So when we have our mage character here, what I did, same thing I think we did last time in the stream, is I actually changed the storage to move it to a mesh, and then I re-import it. So now I need to do our knight, and I also want to go to a mesh, and I want to re-import it. There we go. And now we have our knight. So let's turn this guy into our knight, shall we? So that's going to become our. There we go. Okie doke. Head. That's our knight head. Boom. Now that's the other problem that we have. First of all, it's in the wrong position. But the other thing is, it's way too big. Okay, so that should have rotated after all. There we go. Interesting. There we are. Did I just do that? Of course I did. I always make that mistake. That obviously needs to be on here. Oh, wait. How do I reset? Oh, I just play the animation. Play. Boom. Okay, is my head back in position? Yeah, my head's back in the position that it needs to be. I always make that mistake. I need to change these on the mesh, not on the thing. So there we go. We have a head. Yay! Now we also need a body. Boom. There we go. Same deal. Put it nicely in the center. Scale it in. There we go. Our knight has got a body. Hello, knight. Obviously, we also want our knight to have a helmet. No, let's go first select the head. Now we do that. Helmets. Transform. Same deal. Reset. And scale. Ew. Why is that in the wrong place? Should that be on... That should maybe be on the head end. Let's see. That looks too high. Well, I want to keep it on the head end just in case, but I'm going to move it down a bit. And I'm also going to... I don't know. Should his ears be through it? Or is that the reason why it's higher? Because it's... Well, the way that we can find that out is simply opening up this guy. Now he's got the visor. For some reason, it's... That's interesting. Are we using the wrong helmet? No, that's the only helmet that we have. Is the helmet scaled differently? Is there a scale on here? No, there is not. Oh. I don't know, guys, why that doesn't fit any better. Is it because it needs to be more down? Yeah, that looks right. I think that's just our problem. It wasn't in the right spot. Now, I do want to keep it onto the head, just so that it's properly anchored. But I'm gonna leave the visor out because I want to see the guy's face. I like seeing our guy's face. What I also want to do is now we're gonna do our arms. So this is our left arm, and I had really weird problems with the arms on the other character. So you might have to do a bit more with the arms. Let's see if these ones fit better. No, same problem. The arms are actually where are we with that? Another space. No. Is it like this then? No. Okay, let me just move this guy out. Because that's a weird thing. This thing is just not anchored properly. So let's just go like this. That's actually to be a bit more like this. I want to see if I can get it to be something like that. Because I want the hand to be nicely on that, so that it won't be, when we pair a sword to that, it's actually in the right place. All right. So we're going to have the same problem with the right arm. So yeah, I don't know why that is a problem. Oops. Do the same thing again. Because it doesn't automatically redraw that. I always get into trouble with that. So let's go and play our attack again. Boink. Just want to make sure that we're everything in the right starting position. And now I can move this into where it needs to be. There we go. Same thing. We need to rotate this. No. In this case, it's rotate this guy. Something like that. Yep, that looks all right. A little bit out, a little bit down. Yeah, it looks about right. So let's see how our attack goes. Boom. Cool. Let's give this guy a sword. Yeah, save that as a knight. That is actually in here. Let's see. Has this guy got a nice Excalibur to hold? Dagger, no. Why is that called a dagger? That looks like a sword. You got something better? Don't really want to give him a hammer. He's a knight. He needs a sword. Oh, well, let's give him a sword. No, an axe. Come on. Where were those daggers? Somewhere over here. Somewhere down here. Here we go. There's a dagger. So I think that looks like a sword to me. So, right hand sword. Boom. There we go. 0, 0, 0. 0 0.01, 0 0.01, 0 0.01. Boom. He has a sword. I want to angle that up a little bit, like that. And he can slash the sword. Do we need to rotate the sword around? I think we do. There we go. Boom. I don't think that's a really good stabbing action, but hey, looks cool, right? All right, so we go back in main. And actually, I do want to put a spatial in here just for organization. Say player characters. I'm going to put a mage in there. Boom. And now we're going to put our knight in there too. There you go. There's our knight. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to put this one up. There we go. So they're both in the right place. Knight. That's the wrong one, by the way. That's not our scene. That was the original GLTF. We need that guy. There we go. All right. There we go, Mr. Knight. You can just stand over there so that we have a position for our Mr. Knight. And now, when we run, we should see that we have two characters in there. We have that one, we have that one. Why do we have three? Oh, no, we have two, because that's our first print when we added our first character, and then there's the second print when we added our second character. Perfect. These assets are from K. Let me see if I can quickly find them. K. Loosberg. Here we go. Loosberg.itch.io. So she has these animations. We're using this dungeon pack. She's got a Spooktober pack here, which looks pretty cool. Nice little variety thingy. Surprise one. And she's got some 2D guns, which is pretty random, seeing guns don't really fit dungeons, but I really like this this art style. So we got these 4 characters that we can use. Oh, we should probably give our knight a shield too, but that's okay. And there's lots of nice little thingies in there that we can use. Yeah, so if you're a patron, you get some orcs. Also nice. Looks like she's got more things. A little mini game variety pack. So yeah, she's got some cool little things, but I really like the dungeon pack. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll do some VR things with this as well. That would be cool. I don't know yet. Okay, so we now have our 2 characters. Eventually, I want to have all 4 in there so that you have up to 4 characters that we control. And either we will control one character and the computer will control the others. I don't know. We will have to see. We'll figure that out eventually. So, alrighty. Close that. I think actually that might be a good way to improve on our script. Is we're actually going to do he is player. Oh. Actually, let's call that player controlled. And then we're gonna record that here as well. Is player controlled. And that actually means that I'm going to rename this just to characters. So we're going to have both player characters in there, and we're going to have enemy characters in there. And that, I think, becomes important, because we can then use this the weighted randomness is working fine. That was enough to, it's a bit hacky, but basically by giving every tile a weight, and then in our logic where we're choosing our size is just putting our room into our choose list as many times as we have set our weight. Obviously, the more times a room is in our list, the more chance we have that we're actually going to choose that room. And that worked pretty well. Obviously, the weights themselves that I've set up right now are pretty random. They can definitely be chosen better, but the principle is there. That's right now. I only care about the principal workings of the game. We'll start creating more rooms and fleshing them out later. Because also one of the things that's going to become important is moving our characters around the rooms. So again, we'll see how far we get. We got about 45 minutes left before I want to call it a day. But yeah, we'll see about that. Because one of the things that obviously I want to do, and I think that's going to be probably the topic for next week, if I am going to continue on this next week, is right now we're just moving our character. Ooh, it's still running. Oops. So we're now probably, yeah, that's not gonna. Oh, did we just break that completely? There we go, because we started changing things, of course. Add character, expects 2. Exactly. So this is going to be true, because these are player controlled. There we go. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. So right now we just move it like that, right? But that's not what I want. I don't want to move the character left, right, front, center. What I want to do is the character needs to be, each of these is going to be a cell. And I just want to be able to click on a cell, and we want to go and use A star to move our character around. But I'm going to write my own flavor of A star. I'm not going to use the built-in A star. And the reason is that we're going to have an optimization in the way that things will work because of the limits that our characters are going to have, right? So our characters is going to have the ability to actually, that's a good point. I need to put this in a different place. I'm going to take this out. Sorry. I'm going to change the way that works. So we're going to go back to our global state. Where are you? Global state. There we are. I'm going to take this out. We are going to move that onto our character class. Where is our character class? Over here. I'm actually going to make that export. Oh. Var is player controlled. Because we're going to have enemy classes and we're going to have friendly classes, right? We're going to add them all into our global state, into our list here. And we're going to be able to go cycle through that. And the reason I wanted to do that is because now also we can start putting our stats here. Because every character is now going to be an extended class of this character class. Whether it's a computer-controlled enemy or whether it's a player-controlled friendly. It's just that if it's a player-controlled friendly, our inputs are going to go to our character. And if it's an AI-controlled character, then obviously it's the AI logic that's going to take over. But because this is going to be a turn-based game, we're going to take one turn each character. So we're just going to, basically in our global state, we're going to have a current character, which is going to be an index into our list here. So obviously that'll be 0. And then when that character has moves, we increase it by 1. If that is a player character, now the player controls this new character. If it's an AI character, we let the AI take a turn. And we just cycle through until we're at the end of the characters. And that's the end of our turn. Next turn, we start again with character 0, which is going to be the first character the player plays. So that is how we're going to go and cycle through through all the characters and each have that turn. Now, at some point in time, that may mean that some of this stuff, if we are going to do a multiplayer server, some of this is going to move through the server. But the other thing that this is going to mean is when I have a character, so this is the other one that actually I only want to put in here, int is action points. Let's say 5 by default. So now all our characters are going to have 5 action points. That means that our character can move 5 cells in one turn. But that also means that our A star, we can limit our movements. Because basically what will happen is our start of our A star is going to be our selected character. And the end of our A star is wherever our mouse is going to hover over a cell. And now I just need to do an A star pathfinding to that cell. But there are 2 things that I want to do different from the A star that Godot has. One is I only need to evaluate what's really close to me. But the other thing is I want to, a cell that currently contains a friendly or enemy character needs to be a cell that gets ignored. Now, one of the things that you easily get into trouble with A star is that if a cell can't be reached, it's going to try out just about every possibility until everything is exhausted and it finally figures out, oh, I can't reach it. But if our action points is limited to 5, we can immediately discard any path that is longer than 5 plays. So, yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. It also means that, we get to live build an A star routine in GD script and talk a bit about how A star works, which is kind of cool. So that's my plan for next week. I don't think we have enough time left tonight to do that. But the principle is going to be the same. So that's probably the other thing that we're going to do here. Now we're going to do the control later on from... because again, we're going to go cycle through our characters. And then, once we're at the last character, we're going to start a new turn. And that's... actually, let's call this restart level. Current character is 0. Turn. So we're going to have a turn counter here. This is just looking forward to the sort of things that we want to be able to influence. All right. So it's in our room. Hello, emit character entered room self. So that's what we're reacting to. That's what our maze is getting. Yep, character entered room. And in character entered room, we are running this logic. I need some more water. Let's see if I can do that without spilling. This also. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just having a quick look at some things here, making sure that everything is running the way that it should. Good. I am, by the way, also thinking about enabling memberships on YouTube. So I got the super chat thing. Although again, I wonder if that's got any benefit for me. But yeah, I'll turn it on. But the other one is the members, because of course, you know, I've got my Patreon, so I've sort of not looked at memberships on YouTube. But yeah, I might switch over to that, or you know, run them side by side. I don't know. I still really need to do something with my patrons, especially now that I'm doing a lot of live streams. I don't have a shout out to my patrons or anything like that on stream. Oh, why is that turned off anyway? It's so annoying. Why does it do that? Yeah, it says on. Cancel. Ah, it's just a reader issue. Okay. Funny. Wonder why. Really weird sometimes. But yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm thinking about doing what you call it? Doing memberships on YouTube. But the thing that I don't really get or don't really have ideas, because I have this with my Patreon as well. You know, first of all, you know, you're supposed to give benefits. I've got my Discord server that most of my patrons are on, but you know, I'm also on the Godot Rocket Chat server. I'm already on the Godot Discord, so it's not like people don't have access to talking to me. So I really wonder how much of a benefit that really is running my own Discord. And the same thing with, you know, on my tutorials, obviously I'll list all my patrons to thank them. But because I'm not doing as many tutorials at the moment, that kind of fell by the wayside. And I need to figure out something for the stream. I really want to look at, okay, how can I do something on stream to also highlight the people who are patrons? And I wonder if YouTube membership offers different options, because I know that if you're a YouTube member, at least in the chat, you know, you get to see something. Although I run a game development channel where you know, where I discuss how to develop games. Is that a good place to offer people emojis? Like, I maybe I'm too old for that sort of stuff, but I just don't see the appeal. Now I do know that most of the people who support me on Patreon do that because they want to support me, not because they want to get benefits out of it. At least I hope not. Nobody's complained so far that I'm not really doing enough about shouting out to my patrons, which I really do need to change. I need to think of something to do, because there are a couple of guys there who have supported me since I launched my Patreon. And well, you know, it's I can't make a living out of it. Not even close. It still is, you know, it's enough to buy some stuff, right? So I bought ring lights the other day, which I did from the Patreon money. I actually bought my gaming chair from Patreon money, so it is something that is helping me improve the stream and buying because I actually paid for even though they're CC0, even though they're open source. I actually paid the what is it, $4? So it was really not much, but I paid that when I bought the dungeon essence. Even though I'm never going to make any money out of this little dungeon thing. It's just a toy, and it's a way to show you guys how would you build something like this. And again, I am thinking about taking the things that we've done here and turning some of them into a tutorial. Although I think it'll be a different type than the tutorials that I usually make. Normally when and I do want to make, was it part 7 of the vehicle tutorial? I do plan to do that pretty soon. Where I actually build it as part of the tutorial. I think for this one, it's more going to be like a show and tell, where I'm going to say, well, I'm working on this dungeon game on stream. Here's the condensed version. This is how the how this logic works, and maybe show some diagrams or something to support that. But I wouldn't rebuild it and then record me building a new version of this. And I think that would just take way too much time. So it will be more a discussion of this is the end result of the work that we did on the stream. This is how it works. So that is something that I'm thinking about doing because not everybody's going to spend 3 hours watching the stream, right? So I think that is worth doing. The other thing that I'm currently sort of going back and forth on is putting this project on my GitHub page. And this really boils down to the assets and maybe to some extent of where this is going. With the space game, I haven't decided at all because there's a lot of assets in there that are licensed, so I can't put them in the public domain. But the stuff that I'm using here from K is CC0. So legally, there is nothing stopping me from uploading this to GitHub and sharing it with everybody. But morally, I don't like making someone else's assets available in that way. That feels, if you are going to use this for something, then I feel that you need to go to Kay's site and decide for yourself if you want to contribute some money to her. Right? Just the fact that it's part of this project, that's not in the faith that these assets are shared, or that's the way that I don't know Kay's perspective on this because I don't know her. I didn't even know she existed until a week ago that Aki and Remy showed me, pointed me to her itch.io page and said like, hey, isn't this something that you could use for your dungeon idea? So hey, yeah, that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty sweet. So I don't know her feelings about it, how she feels about that. They are CC0, so again, like I said, the license would allow me to share it in that way. But I just think it's important. I think it's interesting. People like Kay, they do ask a little bit of money for someone who wants to use their assets, even though it's pay what you want. Kenny, obviously, he runs everything funded purely by Patreon and making it fully open source, which is one of the reasons I use a lot of his stuff for prototyping. And I'm very thankful for these people. So, and I think from my role as someone who tries to educate and make these sort of projects available for people to look at. Okay, how is it done? How could I learn from this? I really like the fact that these sort of assets are available, but at the same time, I think that these people also need to be supported because, there's a lot of work and effort that goes into creating these things, and I think people deserve recognition for that at the very least. Yeah, exactly. You know, it is CC0, so it is fully fine to do that. So again, I haven't decided. I don't know. I haven't decided. You know, I'm not even sure if this is a project that, you know, how far along I will take this, and whether, you know, I want to share all the source or not. I don't know. I'm undecided. I might just. It's actually already on a private repo. I might just make it public. I don't know yet. Watch this space. um, yeah, exactly. You know, true. I think, you know, um, it is it is part of the open community of sharing. So, and again, you know, I've that's also why I make it a point to create a separate assets folder and name my folders based on where I've got the assets. First, for a reminder of me where I got them from, but second, also it becomes easy to see where things are coming from. So, and you can't see it in Godot. It actually hides the files. But there are actually files here with links to her page and stuff like that. It's just Godot doesn't show those because it doesn't recognize the extensions. Anyway, so the next thing that we need to do is when the character enters a new room, we're obviously expanding our maze. But at this point in time, we can also set the visibility of everything. So what we're going to do here is I'm actually going to make a new method there. Did I spell it right? That looks wrong. It's of course going to give me an error because we don't have a function update visibility yet. Okay, and the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to our global state, which you don't have access to here yet. So let's go. We can copy our unready var here as well. And let's create a new function, get positions, player only, which is always going to be true, but you never know. Maybe there's a reason I want to get the enemy positions at some point. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make that different functions if I want to do that. So, no, you know what? Get players, include player, include enemy. Just thinking ahead that we might need it at some point in time, and that's going to return an array. For our array is an empty array. Return. And you can see that I'm not consistent about removing. It just looks ugly to me. I don't know. I'll get used to it eventually. Here I'm going to keep them because I don't know where I'm going to put code yet. Actually, let's go and build our for loop. We're going to say character in characters. If character, oops, node dot is player controlled and p include player, then we're going to do our pushback character position. On hindsight, we could actually just have gotten the position at that point from the node. We don't really need to track it. You know what? We're going to do it like that. Node dot global transform dot origin, which means we don't need to do that. We might eventually put other things in there. You know what? I'm not going to do it like that. I'm just going to put a P node in there. Make it a lot easier. So we don't need you anymore. Character dot players controlled. Character dot global. There we go. We need to complete that. It's not finished, but I want to go back here because now we know that we don't need to do this anymore. That's all fine. We're just going to do this. And here I'm going to say else if not player controlled and include enemy, then we want to put that one in. It is an autoload singleton. There we go. That is an autoload singleton. Hi, Ivan. How you going? So yeah, this is just in global state, which is why I'm accessing it. Unless someone knows that there's a shortcut to accessing the global state, I don't know, or any autoload. I always was taught to access the global state with get node / root / global state. So I wish there was something like just like we now have, you know, the dollar something as a shortcut to accessing a node in your scene. It would be really cool if there is some sort of like just dollar global node instead of, you know, doing it that way. Anyway, we've got this now, so we've got to get positions. So in our maze right now, we need to say var positions is global state dot get. This time it's not auto-completing. Why is now not auto-completing? Get positions. True. False. There we go. All right. So all our rooms are children here, aren't they? Yeah, a child room here. So we can just go through. Is there anything else that we have here? Yeah, we have our guide and our... No, that's in a room itself. Main. We have a starting... So yeah, only our room should be children here. So, which means that we should just be able to say room in get children. So we're going to go through all our rooms. Okay. And now we need to check that against those positions. Func. Nah, we don't. I don't want this a separate one. So here, var visible is false for position in positions. Let's actually go and put a variable for there. Max distance. I'm gonna just keep that to 30. It might be too small. Hey, Cheese, how you going? I still need to play your game on stream. I'm actually planning to do. Maybe I'll do that for an hour in the morning during the week. I've got an hour between dropping my kids to school and before I start working. That might be a good reason to just do a single hour stream and play some Godot games. That's something that I really wanted to do for a little while. Is just pick out some games that were made in Godot and just play them on stream for, you know, like I said, for an hour, just to first of all to have some fun, but also, you know, to show what Godot games are actually out there. So I've been wanting to do that for a while, and I've been wanting to. Oh no, my space shooter game is far from finished. I'm going to return to that soon enough, but right now I'm just having a few little distractions that I'm working on. All right. So what we're going to be doing here is if room.global transform origin. Actually, let's go and put that into a variable. Room pos is that. Room pos minus position dot length smaller than a max distance. Then a visible is true. And do we have a continue? We do. Let's see if that works the way that I expect it to work. There we go. And now we can say room dot I'm gonna make that is visible because we're going against a reserved word. Okay, so this will hide any room that's further away from our characters than our maximum distance. We might need to be a little bit more conservative than we are right now. We might be hiding a little bit too quickly, but we'll see that in a minute. But it's only hiding. It's not stopping the room from quote-unquote working. It should hide any lights or effects of lights in those rooms. But for instance, enemies that are in that room or collisions or things like that, they should still work, which is kind of important for what it is that we're doing. So now that we're moving this guy, we're not getting any visibility changes. Alright, something that I want to do right now is room.visible not equal to is visible. And now if is visible, then room.name became visible. Else. Let's see if our principle works. Yeah, that's true, right? Are space shooters ever truly finished? Okay. So that's definitely not doing what I'm expecting it to do. All right. Debug. Step over. So we have our positions of our two characters. And now we're going through our rooms. We have our room position, 0, 0, 0. Position. Visible true, continue. Okay, that's going to the wrong place, but still not too bad. So that continue isn't actually doing what I wanted to do, but that's fine. Okay, debug, continue. Oh. All right, go to the way for a sec. There we go. Boom. All right. Is visible as false. Room position is that. We've got our two positions in there. So our character's now all the way at 29. That's still going to be not far enough because we've made our distance 30. Okay, let's see if there's any time that we actually hit this. Oh. No. Oh, there we go. I think our distance is greater than I thought it would be. Yeah, see? So that's way more than I actually want. So it was actually working. We were just not moving far enough in our dungeon. Okay. Let's make that 20. Because I thought our tiles were 10 by 10, so I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So we're basically seeing I think 30 would probably be better for what we're doing here. Because now we see we're getting very close to this room, and that's still invisible. So I think it's too conservative right now. Okay, I don't care about this anymore. That didn't do what I expected it to do. Oops. Let's get rid of that. And I'm actually going to keep that to 30. Okay. And again, this is just to make sure that we're, when our characters, and normally, of course, our characters will be moving along, that we're just not rendering more tiles than we really need to. Now, the other thing that I'm wondering about is, right now I'm getting just one tile set around the player. I'm actually thinking about expanding the number of rooms that we have when our player gets into a new room. Is actually going one further with this. Let's see. Okay. So we got sides, and let's make that a new expand sides. There we go. And the reason I want to do this, I want to expand this. Can I do it multi-line? Is Godot going to let me do that? I'm going to call that check sides. Okay, which means that that's going to be check sides, and that's going to be expand sides. There we go. I also don't care about our hello mage anymore, I think. All right. One. Okay, so now we should get a square. Helps if we do one more comma in there. Add room. Okay. Oh, that's just our check. Okay, so I think that's going to be check sides. Wait. That's what you get when you rename something. There we go. So now we can see that we got all four. All right, cool. And now I want to do just in the corners. -2, 2, -2, 2. Okay. All right, so now we can see that we have all the rooms a little bit more around our characters already there. So now we need to write our really cool shader that is going to create a fog of war effect. Because basically, we don't want to be able to see the rooms that wouldn't normally be possible to see by the player. Now, we could go overboard and actually make a shader that that gets obscured by our pathways. But I think that is just going to be overkill. So we're just going to purely do a distance one. We're purely going to check the distance to these guys. But now we have a problem that I was talking about before. That we're going to have to do a lot of checks of materials. And that's going to be a bit of a trick. I need to figure out what the best way to do that is. So the thing that I want to start with is I want to actually start looking at one of our rooms. Not that guy. Let's go get rid of our knight. Mage. Why is that suddenly orthogonal? Accidentally hit the wrong button. Oh, in time. Yeah, let's do the shader, and then I think we're done for this stream. Let's go back into our rooms. Yeah. Actually, I want to start with whatever materials are used here. So we have two surfaces here. And the nice thing about this is a material that is actually saved in our, that's the character one, sorry, in here. So if we look somewhere here, we see all the materials that we have. And those are all nice, normal spatial materials. Oh, cool, glass material, etc., etc. Can we sort this by type? That's not what I wanted. We don't have a sort option in here. That's a shame. Okay. Now the nice thing about the importer in Godot, and again, you do have control over this. But the nice thing that we have when we go and look at one of these ones is that in our importer, when we look at where our materials are named, so here, materials, we can say, well, we're going to add the material to the mesh, not the mesh instance. And now we're going to go and save that in separate files, in material files. But then more importantly, we have this thing here called keep on re-import. And if that is true, that means that if it sees that material already exists, it's not going to go and replace that material on import. It's going to leave it alone. So once it's created, we can change the material to our heart's content and not worry that our material gets overwritten by the original values, which means that we can actually change our material altogether to a material that we want. So when we are looking at there, and that's why I was looking for this material here. Now I'm actually going to start with the material over here, which I think is going to turn out to be the same material, stone, as we had in the other place. So this is our stone material. It should be somewhere in this list here. I'm not going to find it. All right, boom, same. All right. So what I'm going to do is... Actually, what I'm going to be doing is... I'm actually going to create a material collection here, I think. No, we're just going to go and create a temporary... I'm going to do a mesh instance, just a placeholder. And... let's just actually create a box for that. So, mesh, cube. Here we go. Here's a cube. Boom. Just a helper object. And we're going to go load our stone material. And now, I'm going to change that to a shader material. Oops. I always do that the wrong way around. stone material, convert to shader material. There we go. Cool. Here's our shader material, which now takes over the settings that were stored in that material with the shader. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to save this. And we're actually going to create a folder, shaders. And we're going to call this Fog of War shader. There we go. All right, very cool. Boom. I'm going to leave everything alone for now. And now I'm going to say, I want to save this guy. And I'm going to overwrite my stone. Boom. Okay, cool. So now the stone material that I'm using here. Hi, Lynx. Yeah, we're actually almost at the end of our stream, and you've missed us building a whole bunch of things around this little dungeon crawl that I'm working on. We're currently working on creating a shader that has a fog of war effect based on all the characters that are walking around. And then making sure that that shader gets applied to a whole bunch of objects. Anyway, we have just set this one up, and I'm just going to do the two materials that we need. So here's our stone. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Convert to shader material. But in this case, this one should have our parameters here. And I'm hoping that if I do a change, and I'm changing this. No, I was afraid of that. It's actually changed my values there. So I'm going to have to copy that because everything else I think is pretty much the same. So that's a bit of a shame. I wish that it kept. Or maybe it did. I don't know. I think it did. Let's try this again. Get our stone. Convert to shader material. Yeah, it did actually keep the values. That's cool. All right, load. Shaders. Fog of War shader. And we still have the same values. Good. Save. And now we go and save that guy, and we're going to overwrite our stone dark. So now we have, just for these two rooms, that was here, we have new shaders set up. Okay, cool. So now we have to go and do something with those shaders. Now, we're going to, we can't really push an array into this. So we're going to have a maximum of 4 player characters. Back 3, player 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. And let's give these defaults. Oh, that needs to be a Vec 3. There we go. There we go. All right. So now in our fragment shader, oh, and we need to have a uniform float max distance. But I'm gonna put that on 20. Because remember, on 30 we're actually hiding the whole cell, but we want to actually have our distance fade at about 20. Alrighty. So let's go and put that in here. Now we also need to yeah, that's it. Back 3. World pulse. We need to track the world position of our fragments, and that's we do by doing world matrix times vac4 vertex 1 of XYZ. There we go. So now what we can do is we can say distance. No, float distance. I'm used to GD script now. So let's make that 100. And now we're going to check the distance to each player. Actually, let's do closest. 100. Okay. Actually, you know what? Float. Oops. Two, three, four. Three. We don't actually need to do that. We're just going to do distance 1 is player 1 minus world pulse. And I believe that is going to be length. And we can just do that 4 times. And then we just interpolate the distance because it's going to give us the same values. If distance 1 smaller than closest. And again, I wish we had arrays here, but I don't think we do. That needs to be between brackets or else it's not going to work. Then closest is distance 1, 2, 3. All right, Rod. Hope you have a good evening, day, whatever time it is for you. Thank you for joining. Hope to see you next Friday again. All right. So now we should have our closest. All right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do float factor is max distance minus closest. There we go. So let's say that our distance, our closest is 10. Our max distance is 20. So 20 minus 10 is 10, positive number. If we're further away than 20, 30, then we get 20 take away 30 minus 10. So we have a little bit between 20 and 19 where we're going between 0 and 1. Everything under or over 20 is going to be negative. Everything over 19 is going to be positive. So if we clamp this, we now get a value. Anything over 20 is going to be 0. Everything under 19 is going to be 1. And we have a nice transition between 19 and 20. And because I just want it to be black, I'm just going to go and do that science factor. I'm not going to do anything with the alpha because that's going to slow everything down. The other thing that I probably want to do is if factor is 0, then we're going to discard because then there's nothing to render. That might give us... No, that'll work, I think. Hi, Gills. How you doing? Can you do min with multiple distances? Or just do that 4 times, you mean? So here we can now see... Oh, we're not updating our position, of course. But we can see that we now have a nice round. Now, interesting enough, is our light is... No, our light is being visible because that's a different material, and we haven't added this logic to that material. So we're gonna have to do that too. Hello, how you going? So yeah, probably that's so we could do closest is min closest distance 1, but I don't think you can do multiple here, can you? No. But that's okay. Still nicer to read, right? 2, 3, 4. Oops. Yeah, exactly. So we're just calling it 4 times, which is fine. Kind of does the same, but this is probably slightly more efficient because the compiler can optimize it. Okay, so now we have this. The problem that we now have is that we don't know which materials are using our fog of war shader. And I don't think we have some sort of global repository where we can see all the materials that have been loaded. Now, one of the things that we obviously can do well, you know what? I'm going to make my life easy for now. I'm going to go to our maze script. Yes, Gisbo, nice new haircut. Hope you like it. Was long overdue because I was looking very bushy. And welcome, by the way. All right. So obviously we're going to need to apply this to all materials that we have. Now, there's 2 things that we can do. One is, as we're loading this, we check all the meshes in our room and we gather all the materials. But I think that's going to be really ugly and overkill. I think instead, we'll just make it easy and we'll just make an array of materials that we want to track. All right. And now I always forget the notation for this. How do we do a array where we actually specify the type of array? So hold on while I am going to look that up. DB scripts export var array. All right. All right. Now, where are the arrays here? Arrays. Here we go. All right. That makes perfect sense. Have that at the top, and we're gonna say that's gonna be array material. That's actually always going to be a shader material. Var track. Now, fog of 4 materials is a nice empty array, which means we should be seeing an array here. I'm going to make that 2. And the 2 that we currently support are these 2, but eventually we'll need to add them all in. And we might just make a loader for that. We'll see. Yes, I'm pretty good, actually. I'm having fun. Thanks for asking. All right, so now in our update visibility, where we're already getting our positions and we're already getting through that, we're then also going to loop through. Actually, I'm going to make that materials. I'm going to make that a shorthand. So here, what we're going to do is for e in 4, if positions dot size smaller than e 0 e plus 1. Okay, then we're going to say mat dot shader. Yeah, I am. I hate it when it doesn't autocomplete things. test. Okay. That's because it's not typed. Even though the fog of war material should be typed, it's only a property hint. So set data parameter player. Is it player? Yep. All right. Plus E is going to be positions E. Else, let's just do that. We're always going to assume that we at least have one player. So if we don't have a player load up, we're just going to put the additional ones on those. If we have more than 4 player characters, which we shouldn't because that's our limit in our game, then we're going to ignore their positions. Let's see if that works. Boom. And no, it doesn't. Well, first of all, I need to obviously change this to Matt. Now that we know that that's the correct one. And that needs to be str. Convert that to a string. There we go. Let's see if that works. Get index 2 on base array. If position size, so I is 2. I guess that does just need to be smaller than I. Okay. That's interesting. No, it's going the wrong way then. Yeah. So I did it the other way around. If it's smaller in size, then it fits in. That's probably better. That's probably where I went wrong. Okay, so that is working, but it's not updating as our character moves. Because we're doing this. We're doing this only when we enter our room. All right, I think I want to. You know what? This is going to be pretty. This isn't going to be called like, this is not going to do very expensive work. So we're just going to go make our life easy and just update it every frame. Because we're only sending through 4 things. Okay. And now we get that our fog of war is actually moving around. Okay, cool. Now I think I want a bigger band. And we can do that by going here, saying max distance is 20. Load. Rim size, let's make that 2. And we can do that simply by taking this and then dividing by 2. And that makes it bigger. Yeah, let's have a look. Now, if anything, set which is Oh yeah, you guys are both looking into what sort of. Did I go the wrong way around? I don't know. Let's make that a lot bigger. You guys are comparing notes on how successful sales can be of a little indie game, which is really cool. Um, what am I doing wrong here? What am I not thinking through? There's this 0 to discard. Size 10. Is that not working properly or something? Stone. Where are we? Could of course be that this is. Where are you? This. Um, okay. That is weird. All right, hold on. Ah, see, cached stuff. Yeah, so that's good. And that one is good too, so that's not our problem. Let's see. The thing that I am looking for. Okay, our. Oh, that's something we did wrong. Okay. Okay. Sorry. There's just two competing things that are certainly are drawing my attention. One is that we have enough of our dungeon built, but now when we go to the right, we can see that our dungeon isn't being built here until I go into there. And that's because we had this check that if we were on a tile that had no sides, we weren't expanding it. And we actually need to always expand it. The second thing that I'm looking at is that I'm actually expecting there to be a gradient here. That's what that rim size is supposed to do. But obviously, it's not working. So let's say that our max distance is 20, which we have, and our closest is now 10. Then 20 minus 10 becomes 10. Divided by 10, then it becomes 1. If it's 15, it becomes 5, then it becomes half. So it should move that all over that longer thing. Now the other thing is I actually want to move that over here. That shouldn't make a difference. Geez, where are you living that you can survive on 7K a year? I envy you, mate. I can't even live on that in a month. Then again, I live in central Sydney, which is the dumbest place to live if you want to live on a budget. All right. All right, I'm going to do something really weird. Okay, that's fine. What? All right. Okay, factor is for some reason always 1 now. That makes no sense. Um, let's take that back out again. Why does it keep doing that? That doesn't make... Oh. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, geez. That sounds like something I wouldn't be able to do with 2 kids and a wife. But good on you for making it work. All right. What am I missing here? What am I not doing right? Yeah, I'm faking it by using the albedo, but then again, if the albedo is black, the whole thing should become black. Even if there's a light shining on it. It might get some highlight from the lights, but so what am I missing in how I'm setting this together? Because if I got this on 20, yeah. I just don't get how this has such a sharp line. Okay, let's take this back out. Oh. Why does it sometimes not load the project? It's so weird. See a little bit of gradient in there, but not a lot. Okay. Maybe I'm going to... Yeah, it should be divide, not times. Yeah. What am I missing? Okay, let's do something really crazy. Everything should be very dark now. Yeah, that's definitely going darker, but... I don't get it. I don't get it. Is this because everything's scaled? Is that my problem? but I'm working on world position. That's the thing that I don't get. Hold on. Let me. Then the 20 doesn't make any sense. I don't get this. Maybe, but the thing is, they are already floats. See, closest is a float. Max distance is a float, so factor is float. It's just like the values are way bigger than they should be. Yeah. I'm really annoyed by that it sometimes doesn't start the project. Okay. No, that's not working. Yeah, it does do the camera correction, but we're doing our colors in linear space, so I'm just expecting a gradient from... Because again, I'm just doing factor, factor, factor for... let's turn these guys off for now. I don't know what that's set to. Still... Okay, just do vector is vector minus vector. That could give a better curve. Damn, that's annoying. Ooh. That did it. That's kind of neat. That'll do. Obviously, we need to apply that to bring the right colors back. Okay. Okay, let's make that a smaller rim again. Here we go. Yeah, that gives us a pretty cool atmosphere. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see about the map logic. Why? Let's go and open up. There. So when we have a new room, check out close an opening. Hold on. Size. Hold on. Character enter the room. We're gonna go through all expanded sides. Right? And then we add a new room. Okay, why not? Well, the fact that we make things darker already makes it sure that we don't actually see the pop-in. Now, there is an argument for saying that we shouldn't be seeing all the lights. Oh, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Let's go get our torch. Particles. There's our particles. Okay. All right. Okay, material. It's just in here. Okay, cool. So you are going to become a convert to shader material. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to save this guy. Torch material. There we go. Okay, now this is a different material because this one's an unshaded one, I think. And has all the billboard logic in there. Okay. Fine. So let's go and save the shader. Save. I hate that. Shaders. Torch. Shader. There we go. Perfect. Shaders. Focal for shader. So we're going to copy all that into our torch shader because we're going to duplicate that logic. Bit of a shame we need to do that. But it is what it is. I'm going to assume that we can do that. All right, seeing that we have an alpha here, I'm just going to add the factor here to the alpha. And in this case, I don't care about this. There we go. Let's see if that does what I expected to. Not really. Why not? Oh, because we're not updating our torches because I didn't add that to our info here. Yeah, we now slowly get our torches being extinguished when we move far enough away. All right. Now, I don't care about my black material because that's already black. But let's go and have a look. Load. Which one is... metal? Convert to shader material. Load. Shaders. Global war shader. That immediately changed it. Sucks. Oh, because we did this. Okay. So save. And that was our metal. Okay, now what is our torch actually made of? Wall torch. Oh, it's got multiples. So dark brown. We need a metal that we just fixed. Wood dark. And our stone dark, which we already have. So we need to do our dark brown and our wood. Eventually we'll need to do all of them. But for now, oops, I just want the ones that we actually need. So load. I think it was that one. Brown. Convert to shader material. Load. Fog of War shader. And then save brown material. Load. Dark brown material. Convert to shader material. Apply our shader. And then overwrite. Okay. All right. Bon appetit, Jitspo. Well, the lights are going to disappear. Does that again? What is this about? This is so weird. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So now we get Now here we can see that we still have our bookshelves kind of visible. Oh, that's interesting. Our bookshelf disappeared and didn't come back when we when we made the room visible again. That's really weird. Wonder why that happened. Anyways, I'm not too worried about that right now. I have a feeling our fog of war is again stopped working properly. Did I remove it from the wrong one? No, that still has that. I don't know. Something funky is still going on with that. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened to our bookshelves. Unless our bookshelves have a material that's now screwed up. That's possible. Oh, that's actually very possible. Right, let's go back into our main script. It's Fog of War shader, yeah. What about you? Fog of War shader, yeah. So they're all in there. They're all supposed to be updated. I don't know. I don't know. It is consistent. Let's go and have a look at our book shelves. Okay. So I think it's this one that we used. And it does use a dark brown material, which is now a Fog of War shader. So really weird. It's because it's the last one that for some reason doesn't update it, and it does everything else. That makes no sense. Oh, we can't put a 7 in there. Let's do our beige material. Convert. Load. Save. Oh, no. Save. Beige material. Okay. That'd be really weird if that makes a difference. No. Oh, but now our friends over here are gone too. That is really weird. So annoying. Oh, wait a sec. Hang on a sec. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's definitely wrong. Stop doing that. And again, I can't see that that will make a difference. Why would it not do those last ones? Um, Come on, do your hover over thing. Okay, I think something went wrong in our saving. So this is stone, stone dark, torch. This should be a metal one. I think that's our problem. So we're not doing the correct one. Brown. One again is nothing. Oops. Dark brown. And that was our beige. I think that was our problem. All right. Yeah. There we go. We've got our bookshelves back. And actually, you can see. I think it's just because a circle on the ground is just making it hard to see the grading. We can see that we have a nice fade in, fade out on our wall there. So that's all fine. I still don't get why we're not seeing the rooms expand properly. Script. Gotta get you out of the way. Did I put some coordinates wrong here? -2, 2, 2, 2. So they were all there. So from the room that we've entered, we are checking every expand size, including these. This doesn't look like it's doing that side. And here as well. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Um, um, No. Print. I'm wondering if I'm no, I'm getting the room origin points. In room 20. Yeah, here's 40. Okay. To see what it's doing here. So now we're in room 00. And that's why we're no longer checking anything else. So now when we move into this one, into room 1, we're actually adding 30. So we're moved into this one, added that one, and we should have added the next one, but I don't see it. Oh, hold on. I think I need to expand this. I think it's there, but it's just not visible. Yeah, that's my problem. It was just not visible. That was the problem. So we were adding it, but my visibility wasn't far enough. That's okay then. Okay. I'm happy about that. You know, I don't mind that we show a few more rooms than we really should. I need to get rid of that cube. I don't mind that we're showing a few more rooms than we really should. That's fine. We can see the books there because those are materials that we haven't actually updated yet. And the same. Is that a black material? I think it might be a black material. I don't know. Doesn't make much sense because that should already be dark. But that's okay. You know what? Let's go and say, let's go to 10. Load. Keep doing that. Convert to shader material. Boom. Boom. Let's do a few more of the materials. And again, there has to be a better way to do this. But for now, I'm happy with doing it this way. Maybe I should just scan that folder. Just tell it which folder to scan and then just scan that folder. Save black. Okay. But for now, this is fine. So yeah, we can see that actually isn't loading for some reason. I wonder why that icon is different for this and this. It's a bit silly. Blue. Convert. But yeah, I think I'm gonna oops, I keep doing that. I think I'm gonna change this. So that actually scans the whole folder. And I might need to make something that you can scan multiple folders, but ideally I want a better way to figure out which materials we need to update. Dark. Convert. Save. No. Load. I'm getting tired, guys. I'm making mistakes. There we go. Some of the materials of the books are now working and some aren't because we haven't updated all the materials yet. That's kind of hilarious. But I'm happy with the principle that we now have a fog of war, so we can't see endlessly far. And obviously we don't really have camera control, but that's okay. Interesting that the shadows sometimes pop in and pop out. Not that I mind very much, but yeah, it is interesting how the shadows sort of pop in from the lights. It's like the lights are not updated right away. That fog effect here is really weird. I think it's because the material, there's still material here that we're not doing, and we're not doing that material that I'm using over there. So first thing that I want to find out is what material am I using? That's on this one. Right. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to use that black material for this one. Save. And I'm going to go over here and again, load. I'm going to use that black material. And that was the original black material, so I don't think we need that anymore now. Save and close. I'm going to say move fresh. Hi, Francois. How you going? Yeah, Godot 4 could be interesting to make some demos with, that's for sure. There we go. All right. Let's make that a bit bigger. Now we can see that our walls aren't looking weird anymore. We still have those little balls inside there. There's still material that we haven't updated yet. So we see those floating around, which is kind of interesting. And of course, you still have some books that aren't being hidden. So I need to go through all those materials and change them over. I really want that shadow pop in. It's why I guess it's just Godot not realizing that the shadows need to be or I'm wondering if maybe our distance function isn't working properly for the shadow maps. That's possible. Ah, well. Yeah, I have a feeling that that's probably the problem that we're having with the. That's something that Godot really needs, I think, in my eyes, is have control over the shadow shader. Because right now, what happens when the shadow maps are rendered, it is basically using your shader code and it's making a simplified shader out of it. But it doesn't know what part of the code is actually important. So I have a feeling that our distance check is screwing up our shadow maps. You can see that the shadow, all of a sudden over here, things are disappearing. We don't have the shadow for this light anymore. Now, the other possibility is that we simply have too many lights. That's the other possibility. That's actually a more likely possibility, to be honest. And that can be simply, I wouldn't say remedied, but whoops. But obviously, I am zooming this camera out quite a bit for us working with this. But maybe if we go a bit closer, now there's less lights here. There's more lights being called out. Yeah, it looks like that's made it a lot more stable. But yeah, I think that was our problem. It is kind of funny to see that the walls end here, because that is the limit to how far this character can watch or see, and then we can see the the fog of war of our other character there. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, there's still some popping of the lights in there, but I kind of get it because we just have too many lights in this scene. I think Godot is struggling a little bit with that. And I'm kind of okay with that. I can live with it, let's say it that way. Okay, so I think next week we're going to work on a different way to make our characters move. So instead of it just being direct movement like this, which is not really what we want for this type of game, we're actually going to make a system where we can direct where our characters are moving to. And yeah, there are a few issues with the lights that we need to fix. That's for sure, but I'm going to have to think about how I do that. Yeah, I can see definitely here where, depending on what I'm moving, actually makes perfect sense because I'm hiding objects. Actually, that's probably a good idea. Hold on, I'm gonna make one vital change to our So what I want to do, um, the vector clamp. So we're going to clamp over here. Instead of over here. Again, I don't think our float here is really needed. Excuse me. There we go. And now I'm going to say if our factor is smaller than -1, then we're going to discard. So we're going to create a bit of a buffer. So let's see what that does. All right, now that's really interesting because our size is way bigger. All right. Let's go and make this 10. I don't know. I just think our fog of war is not working the way that it should. And I don't get why. Alright, I'm going to do just for distance 1. So now we're just following player 1. Okay, we should now get a really small lighting circle. And yet we're not. So it's like it's not applying. It's like this doesn't work. Come on. Where's that? Okay. That'll explain that. Do I have that problem any of the other ones that we updated? Okay. That's hilarious. That said, that makes a case for doing everything in the fragment shader. Okay, so we have two problems. One is, you know what? We're gonna do this slightly differently. We're gonna make two changes. One is we're going back to just burying the world files instead of these guys. And I'm going to go and grab that one. Do it like this. 2, 3, 4. There we go. And obviously we need to change that in here as well. There we go. Oh, yep. Yeah, we're starting to fix the lighting, Abo. And Drensov, yes, I do think that the number of lights is probably tripping me up. But I think it's also because I am hiding fragments that are still part of the shadow map, and as a result, our shadow map keeps screwing up. All right. So I might go back to that if this works, but let's see. Come on. All right. That doesn't look too bad right now. At least we've got a proper circle there. All right. So the next thing that I want to do is I actually want to go in here. There we go. And where are we updating our shader? Over here. Export. Fog. Oh. Float var fog of for distance. Let's actually go for 10 for now. And I'll keep that in there, that's fine. Export. That needs to be between brackets. Let's do this first. Okay. So here we're going to say max distance. fog of war distance. Wind size. Fog of war wind. So that means that all our materials will always get the same values, regardless of what's saved. There we go. I'm gonna see through our walls now. That's kind of funny. That's okay. But yeah, we can see that now our shadows are being affected by our fog of war, which is fine. Let's see if this now works the way that I hope that it does. Still no. Still no gradient in there. Is that because I screwed something up? Yeah, 0 to 1. Factor. Okay, if I do this, what do we get now? Do we have some strong ambient light in there or something? Is that what we're getting? Hang on. Where's my world environment here? Ambient lights. Black ambient light. So there we go. I don't want any. Does that make a difference? Because we still very much have colors here. Something. There's something that's still producing light. Because if I say factor is 0, which means that basically there's no more light left. See, we still have a whole bunch of reflection and stuff going on. Okay, so I think that's our problem, that our factor actually, what we can do, why don't we do that? And then for this one's going to be a bit trickier. You need to invert this thing. There we go. There we go. Now our light is no longer playing a part. All right, so let's go and take this out. Here we are. That is looking way, way, way better. All right. Okay. If I want to make this, I'm just going to make that 15. No, I do want to discard, but I actually want to discard. Take it quite a bit further away. Just to make our shadow more happy. I think that's way better. That's really, really nice. Okay. I want to copy this in here. Okay. Here we're actually doing it at alpha, which is already enough. That's why that one works better. All right. Now we have the popping is all gone because we're still letting things create a shadow. Because we're cutting them away much later. Yeah. There we are. So, let's get rid of our cube. Let's actually go and reopen that. I wonder why. That's weird. These are all starting at 0. Is this something that we screwed up on the defaults on the materials? That's possible. Where are we? Because that's not cost because we're hiding everything. Here we go. Yep. Ah. Okay. Our defaults. Haha. That makes perfect sense. So let's go set them back to, oops, 20 and 10. Which isn't going to be applied right away. Stone. Dunk. Stone material. No. Oh, I'm searching in all folders here. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that it could do that. So I'm guessing this is the one. There we go. That's interesting. I didn't know that that search did through all folders. It's pretty cool. Learn something every day. Oof. How did it become 130? Unbelievable. I thought I was going to stop at 12. Okay, that's done. What was the last thing that I wanted to do? I wanted to do one more thing that I just thought of. When I was playing through here, I saw something that needed to be changed. But I can't remember what it was. Always annoying. Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night too. It is way too late. I'm just trying to figure out what was the last thing that I was thinking about changing when I got distracted by the fact that those things weren't working properly. So I removed the little cube thing. It'll eventually come to me again, I guess. Let's go and have one more look at my torch and my Omni lights. Cube. Yeah, horizontal. Bias. Let's make that smaller, seeing a scale that we're on. No, that's actually made it worse. Then let's make it bigger. Yeah. The thing is, we get some weird. Well, I think that's more banding of the colors. I don't really see that here. It's very strange. Oops. I'm just going to disable my shadows for a sec. Yeah, it's definitely the shadow mapping. Let's make that really big and see what happens. Some of that looks better. There's still a little bit of artifacts on the ground, but I don't get it though. I wonder what it's picking up. You know, I could do dual parable. That I have always got very bad experiences with dual parable. It's supposed to be more efficient. But you get some weird light leaking things. Like through here. That's supposed to be in shadow. So no, let's keep that on cube. I think this made it worse, but I just want to double check. Yeah, so that indeed gives us really weird self-shadowing. And again, the position of it all is really weird, but I don't know. Let's put it back to this and see what happens. The other thing, how are our shadow maps set up? Quality. No, we're not doing anything with 2D. Fine. No, we're not doing reflections here, so that's not really important. Don't know if that makes a whole lot of difference. We have a big dungeon to walk around in. All right, guys. I think that is about as much as I can do tonight. Pretty damn cool, though. We got a Fog of War working. Oh, that was what I wanted to do. Now I remember. I wanted to zoom this thing out a bit. Just so that we can see better what's going on. So now we really see our Fog of War being applied. This is quite fun. We still have our character there. Yeah, that is working really nice, to be honest. All right. Yeah, I think that is it. I think we obviously I still need to go through all the materials, but I think I'm gonna change the way that we load which material, how we decide which materials we need to update for our fog of war. I really wish that there was a way to just say, well, you know what, I want to use this as my default shader instead of the spatial materials shader or something like that. And that there was a way to update settings that apply to all shader or all materials that use that shader. Now, again, I do know that that is coming in Godot 4, but I don't believe that Godot 3 has got that option. That would certainly help a lot. The other thing, of course, obviously that I need to do and start working at is making better rooms, or making more rooms, tweaking those weight settings a bit more. But I'll see if I can do some of that during the week. And I think the next week we'll concentrate on actually moving our characters, and we're going to start building the part of the system where we move our character, end the turn for that character, move to the next character, look through our characters, then obviously the computer takes over to do any NPCs and executes those, and that ends the turn. And we'll have a turn counter and stuff like that. Yeah, once Godot 4 is released, then obviously I'm going to do much more with Godot 4. At the beginning of the stream, we played a bit with Godot 4, the stuff that I'm been working on. The reflection, or the SDFGI that John added into the system. I played around with that. Played around with Sky shaders a little bit. But right now, Godot 4 still has too many problems to comfortably work in. There's just too many things that fall over and still crash and stuff like that. So I think it's too early to do this project in Godot 4. But I might change it over at some point. So we'll see how that goes. All right, guys. That is going to be it for me tonight. I'm going to dive into bed. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I hope you all join again next Friday. So see you guys then. Bye.